Iowa polls close tonight at 9. We are one of the later times in the country,
giving Iowans 14 total hours to vote. Stephanie, polls opened at 7 this morning, and we did receive some reports around the state of people lining up long before that opening time, eager to make sure their vote counts on this election day.
Local 5's team is across central Iowa checking on election security, polling updates, and of course tonight's expected parties for the winner or the losers. Time will tell on that one. And our election experts join us later tonight. Democratic strategist Pete D'Alessandro and Republican strategist Craig Robinson here to talk about Iowa's role in the presidential race and the Electoral College. But first, let's get out to Local 5's chief political correspondent Rachel Droz, live in Ankeny with a report from the Iowa Secretary of State's office describing some possible voter intimidation. So Rachel, what do we need to know about that?
Yes, Stephanie, that is right. State and federal investigators are looking into reports of possible voter intimidation. Now, within the last couple of days, an Iowan got a computerized call aiming to disrupt public confidence. That is according to Iowa's Division of Intelligence and Fusion Center, which is part of public safety. The Iowa Secretary of State's office says someone reported to them that they got a voicemail telling them to stay home and stay safe. The FBI and the State Fusion Center are looking into this, but this apparently isn't just happening in Iowa. These robocalls went out across the country, so the FBI is looking into that. But it appears right now things are going smoothly here in Polk County. That is according to the county auditor, Jamie Fitzgerald, and I also talked to the Des Moines Police Department. They tell me they haven't gotten any incident reports relating to poll issues. For now, reporting live in Ankeny, Rachel Droz, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
All right, Rachel, thank you very much for that report. The Iowa Secretary of State says if you are aware of any voter intimidation, be sure to bring it to your county auditor's attention. Then law enforcement will take care of it from there.
Well, speaking of county auditors, Local 5's Lakin Miggy is also joining us now with an update on election integrity here in our state. And Lakin, county auditors agree all absentee ballots will be definitely counted, but they do differ on when the counting will be done. Lakin.
Sabrina, that's exactly right. With the large amount of absentee voters this year, President Trump has come out saying that he hopes ballots don't have to be counted after November 3rd. Now, I spoke with the Jasper County Auditor Dennis PARROTT. He says that he's been there for 16 years, and when asked him if ballots will be counted after tonight, he said absolutely.
Iowa law says that we can count a ballot if it's postmarked by the day before the election, which will be November 2nd. That ballot will still be counted even if it gets delivered up to a week late in Iowa.
Now, that date is November 9th. That is the last day ballots can be counted. Now, something to note, the Jasper County Auditor says, and he believes, that we here in the state of Iowa will know who won the presidential election by 10 o'clock. He believes the ballots that are going to be counted within the next few days, that's not even going to make a dent in the election. So I asked the Polk County Auditor, Jamie Fitzgerald, the same question, and he said, and I quote, "Time will tell." And I guess that's an accurate statement. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
All right.
Reporting live in West Des Moines, Lakin Miggy, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
That is so true, and that's why we're going to be here all night, Lakin. Thank you so much. If you still have an absentee ballot, you have two options, and one of them is not to drop it in the mail. The first is to hand deliver it to your county auditor by 9 o'clock tonight. The second option is to take that ballot to your polling place and surrender it. You'll then be able to vote in person with a regular ballot. And note, absentee ballots put in the mail today will not count. Local 5's Matthew Judy is live at a polling location. He is in West Des Moines. Matthew, what are the lines looking like there this evening now that we are well into people getting off work?
Hey there, yeah, we're at a polling precinct just across from Jordan Creek, and you can see behind me the line is starting to form. This afternoon it had died down, it was pretty empty, but now, as you would expect, people getting off work, there's about 12 people in line, and this is all built up in the last 10 minutes or so. This morning, from 7 a.m. until 11:20, there was a line almost out the door. I talked to one of the precinct captains, that's what he had to tell me. So clearly backed up all morning. A lot of people are excited to get out here and vote in this election, as it should be a big one. A fun fact before we go here, this precinct 4 years ago was carried by President Trump by just 9 votes. So something to keep an eye on there as the line here starts to build. Something to keep an eye on as you head out the door to maybe go vote tonight. Live in West Des Moines, Matthew, Judy, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
Matthew, thank you very much. With just less than 4 hours left to vote, what questions do you still have? Please let us know. Send them to the number on your screen. Maybe there we go. 457-1026. Tell us any polling issues you've seen today. We will work to get you answers. Now, hopefully you took the time to thank a poll worker today. And if you are still heading out to vote, be sure to say thank you to those volunteers at your polls. Post a picture to our Facebook page of your favorite poll worker. Maybe you know one of them. Give them a shout out on our social media and they may just be featured in one of our newscasts.
Well, in spite of the pandemic, watch parties are still happening in Des Moines. The Republican Party of Iowa is holding its party at the downtown Des Moines Marriott, and Theresa Greenfield is holding hers at the Des Moines Savory Hotel, though her campaign says social distancing and masks will be required. Local 5's Eva Anderson and John Schaefer covering both of those events. Eva at the Savory Hotel. But first to the GOP party. And John, what are we expecting there tonight?
All right, I'm going to merge calls.
Hey, Stephanie, we're expecting a lot of eyes to be on the Senate race, especially tonight. Joni Ernst looking to retain her seat, get a second term. Of course, this has been one of the most expensive Senate races nationally. $13.3 million spent on ads. That tells you how important it is. Republicans trying to keep that seat, not lose it to Democrats. Meanwhile, you got David Young in District 3 for Congress, looking to get his seat back. He lost it to Cindy Axne back in 2018. Of course, he only lost Polk County, but it was by a wide enough margin that Cindy Axne was able to take that over. So he's looking to get that back here and do very well here in Polk County. And lastly, of course, you have the presidential election. Donald Trump won Iowa back in 2016. He's going to look to do the same here tonight. It is empty inside the ballroom, but I'm sure they're going to be hoping to celebrate a little bit later on tonight. Stephanie?
All right, John, thank you. And Eva, you are with Democrat Theresa Greenfield, who is hoping to unseat Senator Joni Ernst, a race that people across the country are keeping their eye on tonight. You're a few blocks away from John in downtown Des Moines. What are you expecting out of the night?
Well, Stephanie, COVID-19, of course, has thrown a wrench in this entire year, and that includes this party tonight is going to look a bit different than election years past. It is close to the public, so it'll be kind of small. Greenfield, of course, trying to defeat Republican incumbent Joni Ernst, and she's got quite the coalition to do it. Their campaign is boasting donations from all 99 counties, no taking of any corporate PAC money, and in the last quarter, they raised $28.7 million. That sets a record for any Iowa senatorial campaign in our state's history. However, in the last Des Moines Register poll, Ernst did pull ahead of Greenfield by 4 points, but her team was quick to say a lot of the early voting numbers were Democrat. They're feeling very confident due to that, and by all accounts, this is set to be a very tight race. So we'll, of course, be keeping an eye on this all evening. I'll send it back to you. Reporting in Des Moines, Eva Anderson, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
All right, Eva, thank you. And while our crews are on location, you can see they were wearing their masks. They are dedicated to bringing you what's happening, but know that they are doing their part to social distance and stop the spread of COVID. They will not go anywhere where they feel uncomfortable. That does include a room full of maskless people.
We have a full evening ahead for you tonight. You can watch our newscasts, of course, right here, but also live online and on our app. Just take out your phone right now, use your phone to scan the QR code, basically open your camera and act like you're going to take a picture. A little thing will pop up. You can click on it, download the We Are Iowa app. You'll find the latest results, and you can watch our newscasts right there in the palm of your hand. Turn on notifications so you never miss when a race is called.
Well, Iowa may hold an outsized role in this election cycle. We speak to our experts on why. And prepping for a legal showdown, both presidential camps say they have their legal team ready. We dive deeper into the possibility of a contested race.
There's a real chance Democrats could take control of the United States Senate, and one of the states, if not the state to watch to see if that happens, is Iowa. Between incumbent Republican Senator Joni Ernst and Democrat Theresa Greenfield, who we just heard from John and Eva about a few minutes ago, Iowa is also a key state for the presidential election. So let's bring in our analysts. Joining us now are Pete D'Alessandro and Craig Robinson, Democratic and Republican strategists, respectively. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Let's start with the Senate race. Okay, Craig, I'm going to go to you first because you are the Republican incumbent representative, I suppose we should say. How are Republicans feeling about the Senate race in Iowa and the potential for the flip if Senator Ernst does lose?
Yeah, I think Republicans are encouraged, especially following the Des Moines Register's Iowa poll, where they got some really good news this past weekend. So Republicans are charged up. If she loses, I think Republicans will be very disappointed tonight. But from everyone I talked to today, they're feeling pretty optimistic about what's going on in Iowa tonight.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. Now, Pete, what do you think the chances are of Democrats winning this seat? I'd love to hear your perspective on that in spite of the poll.
Well, I think this is another one of those where we're going to be here for a while tonight. Democrats did really well banking their early ballots. I think the place to look right away will be Polk County. The numbers are the numbers. If a Democrat comes out of Polk County with more than a 40,000 vote lead, they've never lost the state. When you get into that 30 to 40,000 range, anything can happen. You still feel good about it. But the 40,000 number is the key number to look for when we see that Polk County result come in.
Okay, 40,000 votes going Democratic out of Polk County. That's what we'll keep our eye on. That's what we will continue to chat with you two about this evening. Now, I'd like to also just take a quick moment to talk about the importance of Iowa in the presidential election. Even though the most recent Iowa poll shows Trump taking the state, we're still a toss-up. Can you both quickly react to how important Iowa is, given that we only have those 6 electoral votes for the presidential campaign?
Well, when you're Donald Trump and your roadmap electorally is very narrow, so even though we're just 6 electoral votes, you might need those at the end of the night to get over the 270 threshold. And so every state's important, I think, on the Republican side tonight. And so it just winning Iowa gives you more different routes that you can patch together the votes you need. And
Pete, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, well, yeah, and the Democrats look at it in the inverted way of that, is that anytime you can take something that the incumbent had last time, you're in a good position. So this is a situation of where the Democrats have a chance to flip electoral votes, and they've done a really good job. They've run a good campaign here. We'll see how it turns out, but it's a definite bonus for the Democrats to take it, and if they don't, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bad night for Joe Biden.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are going to continue to check in with you throughout the night. And of course, the fact that Iowa is important is just evident in the fact that both of those campaigns were pretty heavily populated in our state over the last week. We'll take a short break, everyone, and we'll be right back.
That's okay. We're going to actually, what we're going to do, it's okay. You're in the zone. We get it. This is a big night. And we could skip right over weather because, Brad, it's like the one thing not stressing us out
it
on
is,
a day
it
like
is
today.
Incredible weather. I mean, this has never happened. We've never been this warm on Election Day, at least a presidential election, ever. We're going to talk about that, the records that were set, and maybe more in the future coming up.
We are Iowa's most accurate forecast.
Welcome back, everyone. Crazy day out there, election day. And look at this, 78 degrees, the warmest election day ever here in Des Moines, at least presidential elections. And that goes back a long ways out there. Records have been kept since the 1800s as far as the weather goes. Well, you can see the highs we had today, 78 degrees here in Des Moines. That was a new record. Ottumwa, Waterloo, and Mason City, not quite. We don't know the official numbers yet, but maybe not a record there yet. And you can see as we look at the conditions here, look at the highs today. And some of these are unofficial, like Des Moines did get up to 78. It comes in at 77 here, but upper 70s in many locations like Carroll, Grinnell, Fort Dodge, Mason City. That was a record in Mason City today, so pretty impressive. Now, as we go forward this week, we're going to be flirting with records just about every day. So we could do it again. You just never know. Tomorrow we got some clouds moving in, but that's about the only thing. Well, the sun is setting out there on a beautiful day here in November. 71 degrees right now here in Des Moines. Looking across the metro, temperatures are in the 60s and 70s. Comfortable night out there. Maybe go for a walk. Enjoy it out there. It's going to be nice, really right into the weekend. Now, here are the temperatures across the state, and everybody's still way above where they should be this time of the year with upper 60s and lower 70s. Now, looking ahead tonight, some people will still be out voting. No problem with the weather. It's going to stay mild out there in the 50s. Even at midnight, we're still in the 50s. And keep in mind, the average high is usually in the 50s, like mid 50s. So across the nation, you can see temperatures are very warm out there as well. Looking pretty good. Here's your satellite and radar. Very quiet weather. We got this feature right here. Now, this is going to be coming our way as we go in the forecast. That's going to bring some clouds in. That's it. Just partly cloudy skies tomorrow as that moves on in, and any showers will be staying to our south. So futurecast showing those southwest winds and temperatures on the warm side through tomorrow. Not as warm tomorrow as it was today, though. We'll start off in the 40s again. We'll see some clouds moving in. We should get to the low to mid 70s. So that's pretty good forecast for sure. And it stays that way. Let's take a look at what we got for tomorrow. High around 73 here in Des Moines, 72 in Ames. Everybody pretty much in the low 70s again tomorrow. So that's good news. As we look at tonight, it'll be mostly clear, milder, low near 47 degrees, southwest wind around 6 to 12. Tomorrow, we'll call it partly cloudy, continued warm, that southwest wind around 7 to 17 miles per hour. And here's your 10-day outlook, and it is looking awesome out there. Let's go full screen on that. Those temperatures are going to be in the low to mid 70s right into Sunday. We are looking at some nice weather. So, and a lot of people are working maybe, and they couldn't get out today. They can't get out till the weekend. Well, it's going to be fairly nice this weekend. It will be windier, especially Saturday and Sunday, but still 70 degrees on a weekend in November. Pretty incredible. It does get colder next week with a little bit of rain, but wow.
So seize the week.
Seize the week. I like that expression.
Yep.
We'll do a hashtag on that.
Keep using that this week. We deserve it. All right, Brad, thank you. Well, what happens if the candidates don't like the outcome of the election? We get some insight on why we could see a legal fight over the presidency. All the votes haven't been cast or counted, yet there's already been a lot of talk about a possible showdown in the courts over the results of this election. Attorney Grant Woodard is joining us now to shed a little light on this topic. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Grant.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, run us through, a few scenarios where especially the presidential campaigns may try to challenge the results.
Well, I think that's going to be a bigger issue in states other than Iowa. I think we're going to have a pretty good idea of what the results will be here probably by 10:30 or 11 tonight. Pretty much every single absentee ballot should have been counted by this point. There might be a few that are coming in after the fact, but they had to be postmarked yesterday. I think that we're certainly hearing a lot of talk around the country in terms of some places that we're not able to start counting votes until today. But as it relates to here in Iowa, I think it's pretty. We'll have a pretty good idea what's going to happen here this evening and have some finality to hear.
So it sounds like we're on pretty steady ground here, but many of us, remember Bush v. Gore, so that might be the benchmark that a lot of people at home are thinking about. What's different about this scenario?
Well, I think that there's been a lot of updates in the voting equipment around the United States. I think certainly with the pandemic that's occurred, there's been a great amount of thought and effort by election officials throughout the country to ensure that we get this right. I think that there's certainly going to be probably some issues and some fights over absentee ballot counting because some places in the United States were not able to start counting their absentee ballots until today. But that being said, every state has its own individual laws, and I'm certain that there's probably going to be many lawsuits filed tomorrow in some of these states.
Woodard, thank you so much for your time. I know we're going to be talking to you more throughout the evening, so we will check back in with you in a little while. Well, time for another quick break. Chief Meteorologist Brad Edwards will be back with one last look at your forecast. All right, with just about 3.5 hours until Iowa polls close, let's recap 3 things you need to know right now. Number 3, our team is scattered across central Iowa to give you the latest results when they do come rolling in. Number 2, if you have an absentee ballot still, take that to your county auditor's office or your polling location. Do that by 9 p.m. And number 1, we may not know who wins the presidency this evening, and that's okay. Votes are being counted and the process is working as it should. Now, Sabrina and I are here all night to give you the latest.
And of course, our team is working hard to make sure your votes are counted fairly and accurately.
All right, one more look at that forecast. Looking great here. 70s continue through the weekend, and then the bottom falls out next week. We go back to real November weather, but enjoy it while it lasts, everyone. It is going to be nice.
All right, Brad, thank you. Thank you for spending your night with us, and we're working hard on another great newscast. We'll see you back here at 6 p.m. Iowa, what's expected to be an election like no other comes to a close tonight.
All eyes will be on Iowa tonight. The U.S. Senate race could determine if the Senate stays red or flips to blue.
President Donald Trump and Vice President Joe Biden also looking to see who Iowa sends to the White House.
We can be who we are at our best, the United States of America.
And I'm thrilled to be back in the American heartland with thousands of loyal, hardworking Iowa patriots.
And the fate of the Iowa Statehouse on the line tonight as well, as Democrats look to pick up seats in the House and finally win back a seat at the table.
Local 5 has teams spread all across central Iowa tonight, with live reports from campaign headquarters to packed polling locations to the room where the state's top election official will be viewing all the results. 2020 election night in Iowa. Your voice, your vote begins right now.
You're watching Local 5 News.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us on this historic night.
A lot is on the minds of Iowa voters as they cast their ballots tonight. The coronavirus pandemic is felt by everyone as they head to the polls today. They'll be greeted by workers with face shields and face masks, hand sanitizer on tables, and wiped down pens. And the pandemic has a lot to do with who you vote for on the ballot.
Voters are also thinking about racial injustice this election. We saw protests happen across the country over the summer and well into the fall. The Supreme Court is also on the ballot. Late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's seat was filled in record time by now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and it's energized both the right and the left to vote. So let's take ourselves out to the polls tonight. Local 5's Matthew Judy is live in Clive. Matthew, with about 3 hours left to vote in Iowa, what are the lines looking like there?
Well, right now it's not that bad, Stephanie. It's been kind of a steady trickle here at Heartland Presbyterian Church, as you mentioned, in Clive. But the one theme that we have heard resounding at 2 different polling places now, long lines this morning. Both said they had lines out the door until about 11:30, and again, they opened at 7. So the first 4.5 hours or so of both polling places we've been to have been very busy. Now here, as of about a half hour ago, they said they had processed about 1,500 voters last general election in 2016. They did just over 2,000. So the precinct captain told me they are expecting to break that again. Right now, line's not too bad, but definitely a steady trickle and picking up a little bit now that people are getting off of work. Live in Clive, Matthew Judy, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
Matthew, thank you so much. And we know record voting absentee in Polk County as well.
Nearly 1 million Iowa voters have already cast their ballots. Even before the polls opened on Election Day, a lot of that has to do, of course, with the coronavirus pandemic. People didn't want to wait in long lines, so many voted absentee by mail or voted early at their county auditor's office. Local 5's Rachel Droz is live at an Ankeny polling site tonight. Hi there, Rachel.
Hello there. I'm here at Our Lady's Immaculate Heart Church in Ankeny, and as you can see, there's a steady stream of voters. This is how it's been all night, people trickling in. There are roughly 5,000 people registered to vote in the 2 precincts that are voting here at this location. When I got here at 4:30, 1,500 people had already cast their ballots today. In the past hour and a half since I've been here, another 250 people cast their ballots. One voter I talked to says he decided to wait until Election Day to cast his ballot because he wanted the security of knowing that his ballot went into the machine. Precinct captains tell me this morning, right when polls open, was when things were the busiest, but the wait hasn't ever gotten longer than an hour. Precinct captains credit that to the new iPads they're using to check people in. They say this has really sped up the process. Now, this afternoon, I checked with the Polk County auditor, who says there hasn't been any hiccups at the polls, and with just 3 hours left to get those votes cast, let's hope it stays that way. For now, reporting live in Ankeny, Rachel Droz, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much.
Well, let's move now to the U.S. Senate race. It's one of the races that could flip the U.S. Senate. Local 5's John SCHAEFFER is live at the Republican Party of Iowa's election party in Des Moines. Senator Joni Ernst will be at the event live tonight. John, how is the race looking for Senator Ernst?
Sabrina, the race is kind of up in the air right now. It's a mixed bag. No one really knows what to expect. And in large part, it's because of all the spending that's gone into this race. Of course, Theresa Greenfield has spent 3 times more than Joni Ernst, but from what I've heard from Republicans, they're not too worried about that. They like their grassroots effort that they've really made across the state of Iowa. But as you mentioned, this is not just a race that's going to be paid a lot of attention to here locally. It's also going to be one nationally because the Republicans are hoping to remain in power in that Senate. Of course, Joni Ernst is a key part of that. She's looking for that second term. We're looking to see who all is going to be showing up tonight. It's empty right now inside the ballroom, but it will be packed. Not quite to capacity. They're expecting about half capacity here due to COVID-19. So we'll see how things kind of progress as the night goes on and kind of the vibe that we see from the Republicans, Sabrina.
All right, we will wait to see. Thank you so much, John. Let's now hear from Theresa Greenfield's campaign and how they're feeling about their chances to win. Local 5's Eva Anderson is live in Des Moines, where Greenfield is planning to speak later tonight. Eva, how are things?
Sabrina, well, the campaign tells me they're feeling pretty good. Of course, it's a very tight race, but they're comforted by the fact that there's been record-shattering early voting numbers, and they believe it's favoring their candidate. Theresa Greenfield, of course, positioning herself as a scrappy farm girl set to take on Washington, placing large emphasis on issues like health care and a public option for people, and wanting to, of course, defeat Republican incumbent Joni Ernst. Now, the latest Des Moines Register poll has Ernst with a tight lead over Greenfield by 4 points, but with so many of the polls fluctuating and no tried and true lead winner right now, it's still set to be a toss-up. This election party looking a bit different than many of the other elections we've covered in years past. It's close to the public, so right now there's just press in the room, and it's going to stay that way. Everybody is, of course, observing social distancing as well and got the masks on. We will continue to keep an eye on this race. I'll send it back to you. Reporting in Des Moines, Eva Anderson, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Eva, thank you. Stay safe out there. So let's talk about the Senate races now with our analysts. Washington insiders will be looking to see if Iowa can tip the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. So joining us now is Craig Robinson, a Republican strategist, and Pete D'Alessandro, a Democratic campaign veteran. All right, Pete, we're going to start with you. We started with Craig last hour. Pete, how is the state paying attention to what happens here and whether Theresa Greenfield could possibly beat Joni Ernst?
I think there's 2 tracks on a question like that. All politics is local, so these races are on Iowa issues, talking about the things that are going to get you elected in Iowa. What makes it unique this year is that because if it becomes a flip, it makes it that much easier for the Democrats to take control nationally of the Senate. But really, I don't think a lot of people go to the polls thinking about, oh, I want to flip the Senate or I want to hold the United States Senate. They look at the 2 candidates that are running in their state and they vote for or against them on the issues that they're talking about relative to the state.
Okay, Pete, I'd like to bring Craig in now. Craig, do you agree with that? Do you think that the people are going to the polls thinking about who they're voting for and not necessarily flipping the Senate or maintaining Republican control?
Yeah, absolutely. I think people go to the polls to who they want to represent them. You know, all the national people are going to talk about, you know, what this does for control of the Senate. But in Iowa, I think we care about who's our representative. Who do we want to deal with for the next 6 years to get what we need done in Washington, D.C.? And so I agree with Pete. I think this is a local election, but it obviously has national impact.
Now, Craig, you just said it. 6 years there is how long a senator will be in office. So, Pete, talk to us a little bit about Theresa Greenfield's name recognition. Joni Ernst has immense name recognition. She made such a splash with her campaign initially. And now, Pete, how do you think Theresa Greenfield matches up to that?
Well, it's always tough when you're going up against an incumbent. And Joni Ernst, Senator Ernst did win an interesting race last time where she became known for how she ran and some of the things she was standing for. I think the key here, though, is Theresa Greenfield was able to raise money in a way that most challengers against incumbents aren't able to do. So I think she was able to offset the name recognition part, and then it becomes, again, a campaign about ideas and a campaign about who can best explain why they can move the state forward. So I think her money advantage was able to offset that very important point.
Pete and Craig, thank you so much. We are going to continue to check in with our analysts throughout the evening, so don't go anywhere, gentlemen. We appreciate you being with us tonight. Just ahead, we turn to the Iowa congressional races. More women could be representing Iowa than ever before. The impact the president has on these contests. Then, on every voter's mind, this election, the coronavirus pandemic, how it's changing the way we vote.
And we had record warm temperatures today, and the 70s are going to hang on into the week. We'll take a look at the full forecast coming up next. '78 was the high today, and we're going to keep the 70s going into the forecast. Take a look at the record warmth today. Des Moines 78, we broke the record of 76. Didn't quite do it in Ottumwa, Waterloo, but you did in Mason City, 77 degrees. And I noticed Spencer, Iowa got to 80 today, so pretty incredible out there. Here are the highs today, and you can see the 80 up there in Spencer, 78 in Ames, and also Fort Dodge. Beautiful weather out there. I don't know if we'll ever get this warm again this week, but it is going to be pretty warm out there. We're looking at some mid-70s, at least going into Friday, and we will flirt. We will flirt with some of those records, but maybe not setting anymore after today. We'll see what happens. Temperatures are very mild out there right now. 64 in Des Moines, 68 in Ankeny, and it's 57, a little bit cooler out in Newton. Around the state, temperatures are nice. We got 71 still in Sioux City. That's incredible, 6 o'clock here on a November evening. It will be cooling off out there, but not too bad, staying in the 50s for any voters that are out there this evening. And you can see the future cast keeping those winds out of the southwest. We are going to see some clouds coming in tomorrow, so that's going to keep our temperatures down just a little bit, and then those will pass on through. No rain in the forecast here all week long. Highs in the low 70s all across central Iowa again tomorrow. For tonight, mostly clear and milder, low near 47 degrees, and we're looking for another nice day tomorrow, about 73 for the high tomorrow. Continued warm and dry. There will be some clouds clouds around, as I said. Now, we continue with the 70s probably into Sunday now, because I think that cold front's going to wait till Monday. So we got a chance of rain Sunday evening, but I think the weekend is going to be dry. It's going to be warm. It's going to be windy. It does get quite a bit colder, though, next week. By Veterans Day, we're back in the 40s here. So what a crazy stretch of weather here for November. And it's the fall we never had. I mean, this is better weather than we had in October. So enjoy it while it lasts. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Happy election night. All 4 of Iowa's congressional seats are up for grabs tonight. One is an open seat with 2 women competing in the 2nd district. So let's go to our analyst to talk about this race first. It's Congressman Dave Loebsack's seat. He's retiring after this year. Rita Hart and Marionette Miller-Meeks are vying for this seat. This is one of the most competitive congressional seats in the country. So Craig, let's start with you. How do you see this race going tonight? Or Marionette Miller-Meeks has tried for this seat multiple times.
And I think that gives her a little bit of advantage here tonight. Name ID is a big thing when you're running for an open seat. She's no longer running against an incumbent Democrat that's held the seat for a number of years. So she has a name ID advantage here. And I also think it really matters how Donald Trump performs in this district. 4 years ago, he won this district. If he wins it tonight, Miller-Meeks is probably going to Congress. If he doesn't, then I think it probably looks pretty good for Rita Hart.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Pete, explain the makeup of this district. How do you think that plays into the results? As Craig just mentioned, it really could go either way.
Well, but the makeup is why that's the case. You have a district that runs from what anyone would call urban areas where Democrats expect to do well into more rural areas. And if you were going to use the left-right paradigm, you have places that clearly vote to the right of center almost every election, and you have places in this district that vote to the left of center on every race. It's the oldest thing to say in the book, and I actually hate when people say it, but it's really a matter of which of those areas get the votes out. and who's more energized to get to the polls today. And that'll be the difference in a race like this.
Okay, even if you hate it, sometimes it's true. That's why they are colloquial sayings, right? So let's move on to the 3rd congressional district now. So this is the one that makes up, of course, Des Moines and the southwestern part of the state. This is the one where former Congressman David Young wants his seat back, but he lost to the now incumbent Cindy Axne. So the reason David Young lost last time was because he lost Polk County. He won everywhere else. So talk to me, let's start with you, Craig, what that looks like. David Young lost the last election, but wants that seat back.
Well, I think it's a little bit different than what you stated. You know, he's never going to win Polk County. Republicans never win Polk County, but the margin matters. And what David was lacking was the performance that he saw out of the rest of the rural part of the district back in 2016 when Donald Trump was on the ballot. So what David Young wants to see tonight is a big turnout in the rural part of this district, and especially in Pottawatomie County, Council Bluffs, for the president. And if those voters turn out, if the electorate is different than it was 2 years ago, he's got a decent shot at winning the seat back.
Okay, interesting. Well, then we, of course, only time will tell. That's another one of those sayings, right? Okay, Pete, I know we want to get to you, but we've got to take a short break, so we will come back to you, and let's toss it over now to Stephanie.
All right, Sabrina, thank you. And the coronavirus pandemic is the #1 issue on voters' minds, how it's impacting your experience at the polls.
Back, everyone. Iowans standing in line, socially distanced, all wearing masks, of course. This is a time lapse of video from outside the Polk County Auditor's office over the weekend. So we are seeing nearly record early voting turnout. Not nearly, we are seeing record numbers voting in this election, mainly because people wanted to either vote early in person to avoid the long lines, or they wanted to vote absentee through the mail. Stephanie, and not get sick.
A lot of options, which we needed this year with the pandemic. And it goes to show the enormous impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the minds of just not Iowa voters, but folks across the country. The 2020 general election season has really been unlike any other because it is being held during a global pandemic. More than 1,700 Iowans have died so far. Our daily hospitalization rates are through the roof right now, setting daily records throughout the past month. And it's all weighing on the minds of lots of those voters.
Business owners have told our reporters over the last month that even though rules and restrictions are relaxed, some Iowans are cautious about coming back in the shop to eat or go to shop. One owner we talked to had to get a second job. An owner had to get a second job just to make ends meet. And the Restaurant Association is still keeping its prediction that we're going to lose more than 1,000 restaurants by March of 2021. Again, these people are voters too. The employees, the owners of the buildings, the bosses, all thinking about which candidates are going to help them get back on track. So let's hear from our crews on the ground at polling sites this evening to see the physical impact of the pandemic as voters are casting their ballot. Local 5's Matthew Judy is live at a polling location in Clive. Matthew, what are you seeing there?
Well, it's certainly very different. Everybody has the masks on, trying to keep their distance. You have to spread things out a little bit. But hey, if you had to wait outside during lines today, not a bad day to do it. We were at a polling place earlier over in West Des Moines. The line was starting to form a little bit about around 5 o'clock from 7 to 11:30 in the morning. I think I mentioned this earlier. They had a line out the door. That's how busy they were this morning, as we're starting to see some numbers come in that are bigger than they were 4 years ago. And I talked to a first-time voter earlier today. She's from Puerto Rico, moved to Iowa 3 years ago. This was her first presidential election that she got to vote in.
This is a ride. We have a little one. He's 4 years old, and we're trying to teach him that this is your duty as a citizen, and we should not take it lightly.
A really good message she's sharing there with her young kid. And if you look behind me, we're in Clive now at Heartland Presbyterian Church, and it's just kind of been a steady trickle. No long lines at this one, but workers here are definitely handling things well as they're keeping people in and out pretty quickly as people go to vote. Live in Clive tonight, Matthew Judy, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Matthew, thank you very much. I do think it kind of depends on where you live, Stephanie. And of course, security, though, is a big issue.
Oh, absolutely. Let's send things over now to Local 5's Rachel Droz, who is live in Ankeny tonight. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Stephanie and Sabrina. So far, it is smooth sailing at the polls today in Polk County. County Auditor Jamie Fitzgerald tells me they haven't had any reports of problems, and the Des Moines Police Department says they haven't had any incident reports either, but they are standing by should they be needed if any protests pop up later tonight.
Right now, I don't think anybody's really feeling a lot of concern that there's going to be any unrest here. I think, again, knowing how high emotions are on both sides, it's good practice to have a plan in place just in case, but we're certainly not expecting that.
If you see something at the polls you don't think is quite right, give your county auditor a call to let them know, and be sure to let us know too. Just send us a note at the number you see there on your screen, and we'll start looking into any problems you may have. Back to you guys.
Rachel, thank you very much. Dealing with problems at the polls, your right as a voter and how you can stop intimidation. Our legal analyst joins us live next.
Number of people voting, more than we've seen in nearly a century. This is the long line of voters in Des Moines on the last Saturday before Election Day. Welcome back to Local 5 Special Election Night in Iowa coverage. We now want to turn to talking about potential problems at the polls and what you can do about it. So joining us by Zoom is Mark Kendi, law professor at Drake University. Hi, Mark. Thank you for joining us.
Nice to be here. Thanks.
This is the first presidential election. Iowa voters are presenting an ID when they go in to vote. So can you go over what the voter ID law is in Iowa right now?
Right now, it's a straightforward sort of show your driver's license or show your voting card. The problem, though, candidly, with that is that, people who might not be as financially well off might not have a car, might not have a driver's license. And so even obtaining the voter registration card can sometimes require some serious effort. So that's not to say it's a terrible thing, but those would be some of the issues that are raised. So Iowa in the past didn't have quite as many requirements.
So maybe a little bit harder for certain people to vote this time around. However, a group that is expanding, Iowa felons, they are also able to vote now without asking for permission to get those voting rights restored by the governor. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an executive order earlier this year automatically restoring most felons' rights to vote. But as we've seen reports from activists, just a small fraction of those eligible have registered to vote. So could that be problematic if they do just show up at the polls to vote?
Yeah, that's one of the problems. I mean, if you've been in jail for a while, you're not likely to have a driver's license potentially, or, you might not know all the details about what you have to have in terms of a voter card. So it does deter the possibility of all of those people taking advantage of their right to vote and their right to the franchise. And so that's a potential problem. It's good that this change was made. I don't mean to imply it's not a good thing, but it does also, with the ID part, become a little bit more complicated than perhaps it needs to be.
Let's change gears a little bit and talk about poll watchers. We have heard the President Donald Trump himself encourage his supporters to go watch others at the polls. That's not allowed. You can't just show up and consider yourself a poll watcher. But explain to us what a poll watcher is, because it is something legitimate, and what can they do?
Sure. So there is an opportunity for the political parties to have usually one representative at a particular poll. And the most intrusive or problematic thing that could occur would be if a particular person in that kind of a category were to become a real pest or real difficult about signature matching, checking whether the signature of someone who signs in to vote matches the signature maybe on their driver's license. There was some talk that perhaps President Trump might encourage very active signature matching intrusions. So far, I have not heard that. And signature matching is not a science, so that would be a problem. But so far, I haven't heard stories of that being a problem yet.
All right, last question here. Let's talk a little bit about law enforcement at the polls. What can police do at polls? What can they not do?
In general, they're supposed to be there to make sure that no one is violating basic rules. You're not allowed to campaign, for example, close to the polling place. You're not allowed to engage in certain kinds of intimidating actions. From what I've understood, the police so far, I guess, Parizek, who's the guy in charge of Des Moines, has said there have not been a lot of problems so far. There are some legal issues in some other states that have arisen that are interesting, but so far, from what we hear, Iowa has not been the source of many problems, at least at this point.
We're hearing the same on our end, so it's good to know that you're hearing that as well. Mark Kendi, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll talk to you a little bit later, and we will be right back.
Sounds good.
Your voice, your vote. A beautiful look at the Iowa State Capitol grounds with the downtown Des Moines skyline. Gorgeous day out there. Several states across the country are breaking their voter turnout records even before Election Day voting. And here in Iowa, we could see a historic number of voters casting their ballots. Local 5's Lakin McGee has been talking to first-time voters who are really excited for this election. Lakin.
This election year has inspired many to become just very excited about what they're voting for, and especially those that are becoming first-time citizens. Now, I spoke with a lady that came here from Liberia in 2012 to Des Moines. She told me regardless of the candidate she voted for wins or not, she's just excited that her voice has made a difference.
I've always wanted to vote, and this year was one of the greatest years where I'm kind of as one of the important people in the United States of America.
Did you hear that? She says that her voice is one of the important ones now. Her vote is going to be joining the millions of people that live here in Iowa. As a reminder, Iowa has 6 electoral votes. Now, how we vote in Iowa becomes important if President Trump does not win Pennsylvania. So I am keeping a close eye on the polls around the country. Just before I went live here, the last of the polls said that Indiana, Kentucky, Florida, Virginia, South Carolina, and New Hampshire have all reported counting votes. President Trump is winning in all of those states except for Georgia and Florida. I'm going to continue to watch those as the night continues. Reporting live in West Des Moines, Lakin McGee, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Lakin, thank you. Love Mercy's perspective. It just reminds us what a privilege this day is for all of us who are able to vote. Well, security is one of the most important issues weighing on a lot of voters' minds tonight. How safe is their vote?
Well, there's one place, Stephanie, where all of our security for our state is coordinated, not just when it comes to elections, but of course it's going to be a very busy place tonight. I took a tour last week.
So in here's our State Emergency Operations Center.
This is Jacob Nicholson, and he's taking us inside the SEOC.
Lead the state's coordinated response to disasters or emergencies, both man-made and natural.
In the basement of the National Guard Joint Forces headquarters, computers, phones, internet, webcams, screen sharing, ready at a moment's notice. Empty right now, but it's been filled more times in 2020 than Jacob would like to see.
The derecha was our most recent EOC activation here in the State Emergency Operations Center. However, we have been activated since March for the pandemic response as well.
The governor has an executive suite. She's spent a lot of time here too. And since 2018, the SEOC has been the hub for security on election night.
On election day, we're primarily just in a monitoring mode, standing by, ready to respond if necessary with our state agency partners. In the lead up to the election, we've supported the Secretary of State's office by providing PPE, for instance, for county auditors' offices.
The FBI, Homeland Security, the Department of Public Safety, Secretary of State's office, all under one roof. This exists to exchange information.
We don't expect any significant disruptions or interruptions in election activities.
The Secretary of State and county auditors have put an immense amount of work to make sure things go off without a hitch. This just adds another layer.
Get all the right partners in the right place at the same time so that we can really expedite that coordination, make sure that it is as efficient and effective as possible.
Coming up, the election could go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. What it takes to get there and how we can learn from the 2000 general election chaos.
75 million Americans voted early in the general election, and that means there could be a significant lag time in when we know the winners and the losers. The odds of a close and potentially contested election have heightened in the last several weeks. We've heard a lot of talk about that. So let's talk about how that would play out and what it means for each party. Joining us live is Grant Woodard, an Iowa lawyer involved in this process. Grant, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, great. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's do a short history lesson here about how this wouldn't be the first time America has seen a contested election.
Well, I mean, obviously the most notable is Bush v. Gore that happened as the result of hanging Chad fiasco in southern Florida back in 2000. You know, every state has very different rules. Every state has cleaned up their rules considerably from that fiasco 20 years ago. You know, the important thing is that, you know, a lot of times votes still come in after the fact, especially in other states. I think the vast majority of votes here in Iowa will be reported this evening. There might be a very small number that might come in of absentee ballots that were postmarked yesterday. But there's a process here in Iowa where the county auditors have to audit their results. I mean, everything that comes out tonight here in Iowa is unofficial until there is a county canvass completed, until those numbers are certified by each respective board of supervisors around the state. If an election is close, then there are procedures that need to be followed in which a candidate can ask for a recount. Generally speaking, here in Iowa, we have not really had that other than in some state house races around the state and some local elections as well.
Okay. And a lot of people who are hearing about this are hearing the Supreme Court mentioned, that this might be decided by the Supreme Court. But there are a lot of steps to go, correct, before it would reach the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I mean, there's been lots of discussion about litigation concerning this election. There's been lots of litigations happen around the country. Some of it's also happened here in Iowa. And for the most part, you know, most of the final courts or Court of Appeals or state Supreme Courts in each respective state have spoken on these issues. Could there be litigation that occurs after the fact? Of course. But I think a lot of litigation has already occurred where I think the rules are pretty well spelled out in each respective state.
All right. Grant Woodard, we appreciate your time. Thank you. I mean, this is not a topic a lot of us know anything about, so we do appreciate all of your insight that you are providing with us tonight. Thank you. We'll be right back.
All right. Thank you.
Now, since the moment Donald Trump announced he was going to be running for president, Iowans have had a front row seat to some of those big events and some of the biggest speeches. Tonight, a look at the biggest moments for President Trump. Donald Trump has been in front of Iowans dozens of times over the last 5 years. Just hours after announcing his run for the Republican ticket in June of 2015, he was in Des Moines.
We need a leader that wrote The Art of the Deal.
A month later, he made one of the most infamous statements about Senator John McCain at a Republican event in Ames.
He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
And then there was the helicopter ride into the Iowa State Fair in August of 2015. Leading up to the Iowa caucuses in 2015, Trump was considered the underdog, not investing in grassroots campaigning or major volunteer infrastructures that traditionally get you front-runner status. Just days before, he made one of the most jaw-dropping moves in the campaign by boycotting the Republican debate in Des Moines and hosting his own rally.
Let them start. And, you know, we wanted to be about 15 minutes into that hour so that by now they're all tuned in. Look at all the cameras, like the Academy Awards. This is like the Academy Awards.
And on caucus night, Trump came in second, right behind Senator Ted Cruz.
Tonight, the state of Iowa has spoken.
And of course, we all witnessed Donald Trump's win on election night in 2016.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
Trump gave Iowa a lot of love and attention, even after he became president, and of course, continuing to make headlines whenever he spoke here.
I don't want to just hope the wind blows to light up your homes and your factory. As the birds fall to the ground.
Hosting a rally right before the 2020 caucuses, bringing in thousands and continuing to draw crowds even in a pandemic.
Well, thank you all very much, and I'm thrilled to be back in the American heartland with thousands of loyal, hard-working Iowa patriots.
Now, his challenger, Joe Biden, has also been no stranger to headline making here in Iowa ever since the Iowa caucuses. Of course, that's where the road to the presidency all begins. Eva Anderson is here in Des Moines now. She has more on Joe Biden's biggest moments. Eva?
John, it was an uphill battle for Vice President Biden during the caucus season. He wasn't favored to win, and of course, when all was said and done, he placed fourth. Let's take a look back at his trip through the Hawkeye State.
We have to unify this country. I know some of my colleagues think that's not possible. Well, if we can't unify the country, we're in deep trouble.
Vice President Biden made dozens of stops to the Hawkeye State ever since he announced his candidacy in April of last year. Every campaign stop with the same message.
We're in real trouble. We're at a place we've never been.
Biden visited the state fair, as did his fellow candidates.
I agree, but here's the deal.
And while in Iowa, he made a few eyebrow-raising comments on the trail, like this exchange with a voter who was asking him about his son, Hunter Biden's dealings in Russia.
Selling access to the president just like he was. So
You're a damn liar, man. That's not true. And no one has ever said that? No one has heard that?
I see it on the TV. You
see it on the TV. No, I know you do. And by the way, that's why I'm not sedentary. I get up and let him go. Let him go.
Biden also remarked at an event with Asian and Latino voters about educational opportunities.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids.
And on caucus night, with no clear winner called because of issues with the Iowa Democratic Party's app reporting system, Biden made this promise to his supporters.
So it's on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, and well beyond. We're in this for the long haul. And I want us to remember, not just tonight, but throughout this campaign, thank you. This isn't just another election.
Now, of course, as we keep an eye on the states coming in with the presidential numbers, we're keeping an eye on the Iowa Senate race. We are at Theresa Greenfield's campaign right now, and she is set to come after the race is called. For now, back to you, Sabrina.
Eva, thank you very much. You took the words right out of my mouth, because we are going to continue to talk about that as well. Now, on the ballot tonight, it's not just those federal races, it's the Iowa State House. Democrats could take over the House chamber just 4 seats away from flipping. We are back with our analysts. The likelihood of the House going blue in Iowa. The Iowa State House has been red since 2016. Democrats lost control of the Senate during that election and haven't been able to get it back. Now, the Senate is not necessarily something that the Democrats will be able to take over tonight. However, they do have a fighting chance at taking back the House. So let's bring in our 2 analysts, Pete and Craig, who we've been keeping up with all night. So let's start with the Democratic perspective. Pete, talk to us about why you think the Democrats have a shot at taking back power in the Iowa House.
Well, the first place in that answer is when you talk to Democrats that are involved in it, they're very confident they can do it. There's a very cautious optimism, but they feel that they've put the stuff in place in which they can flip those 4 seats. The things to look for are they got this close basically through the suburbs, but they've pretty much picked up those seats that they're going to pick up in the suburbs. So now you have to hold those and pick up some seats in places just outside of where you made the run last time. So there is a suburban race that's interesting, the Andrea Phillips race, and that'll be one that they think they can pick up. But outside of that, you're going to look to the borders. You're going to look east, look west, and see if you can pick up some seats that aren't necessarily in the Des Moines urban area. And that's where we'll find the 4 if they get it.
Okay.
And the point there is, though, they have to hold what they have. And that's always the toughest part, is it's not just a matter of flipping 4 seats. You can't lose anything either, because then it makes that job harder.
And so they're spending a whole lot more money this year than maybe they have in years past because they don't want any surprises either. So Craig, tell us a little bit about what races you're watching. Of course, we mentioned the Phillips race there. What other races do you think that Republicans are maybe kind of worried they might lose?
Well, so there's the Gary Moore House seat in the Quad Cities. That is a seat that, again, it fits the dynamics that Pete was just explaining about. It's an urban seat or a part of a metropolitan type area where Democrats, were able to make gains in 2018. They think they'll be able to do it again this cycle. So that is definitely one to watch. But, the John Landon, Andrea Phillips race here locally is probably the key House race to watch. But then there's going to be some seats that are still held by Democrats, but they are in rural areas. And so we got to also watch those to see, if Republicans can go on the offensive there and pick off a seat and make it much more difficult for the Democrats to actually gain control tonight.
Okay, and I'm also keeping my eye on the Bobby Kaufman seat over in rural Cedar County to see what happens there. So lots to keep our eye on today. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Watching.
And we'll see you back here at 9. Good evening and welcome to election night in Iowa. Polls are still open, but already records set in our state for early voting. Let's head out to our team on the ground looking at the polls and how people are voting during a historic pandemic. Local 5's Matthew Judy is live in Clive right now. Matthew, what are you seeing out there?
Well, we're starting to see races called in other states, but certainly a ways away here in Iowa as polls are open for another hour and a half. You can see behind me, I'm at Heartland Presbyterian Church here in Clive, and things have really slowed down. We saw earlier, as you would expect, picked up a lot after work, before dinner time, that kind of thing, but things are definitely slowing down to a trickle. Now, the key theme, we've been at 2 different polling places today. Long lines early this morning, both this polling place as well as one in West Des Moines. Both of those fall under Dallas County. Said they had lines around the block from 7 a.m. when they opened until 11:20, and then this one said 11:30 in the morning. So about 4.5 hours people were waiting in line outside, though not a bad day to wait in line outside. As you mentioned, the pandemic, things certainly a little bit different now, obviously mask, social distancing, but I must say the one thing we have seen at both polling sites, workers are doing a pretty good job of getting people in and out as they go to cast their vote on what is a different election year than I think we have ever seen with this pandemic going on. But it's definitely things slowing down here. Live in Clive, Matthew Judy, Local 5 News, Sweet, Iowa.
Very different indeed, Matthew. Thank you. Well, just today, 102,000 voters cast their ballots in person throughout Polk County, and that is where we find our chief political correspondent, Rachel Droz, at a West Des Moines polling location. Rachel, how are things looking there with just an hour and a half now to go before those polls do close?
Things are really slowing down. I'm actually here in Ankeny, not West Des Moines, but things are a lot different from what they were about an hour ago. Roughly 150 people have come in since I was last live at 6:15-ish. So things are really slowing down. You can take a look around the room. There are still people here though. Polls, of course, are still open for another hour and a half, but things have really been running smoothly here tonight. There haven't been any problems. I did speak to the people that are in charge of this precinct. They really attribute this fast pace to the iPads that they're using to check people in. They say that really sped up the process today. As in years past, elections past, the check-in process was one of the things that took the longest, but there are about 5,000 voters registered here at this Ankeny location that can come vote here, and so far about 2,000 have actually cast ballots today in person. For now, live in Ankeny, Rachel Droz, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
All right, Rachel, thank you. The polls opened at 7 this morning across Iowa, and this polling site in Urbandale has seen a steady stream of voters since those doors opened. This is Gloria Day Lutheran Church, a popular polling location. Voters trying to beat that morning rush say they still had to weave and wait a little to cast their ballot.
It was full, kind of lines wrapped around on the inside, but it moved quickly. I mean, everybody was really cooperative. I think the pandemic kind of makes people move quicker to get out of enclosed, buildings. So it went well. It was good.
Polling locations are open until 9 tonight. As long as you are in line before those polls close, you will be allowed in to vote. Well, people are voting in different ways because of the pandemic, of course. If you've recently tested positive for COVID or are in quarantine because you've been exposed, you can still vote curbside at your polling site. There will be a sign with a phone number to call. A Democrat and Republican poll worker will greet you at your car, and you can fill out your ballot there. Now, if you are holding on to an absentee ballot still, you do need to return it. You have 2 options. You can either surrender it at your polling location and vote in person, or you can bring it to your county auditor and they will process it there for you. Don't mail it in. It will not count. Ballots had to be postmarked by yesterday in order to be counted. Now make sure to watch Local 5's election coverage throughout the evening. We'll be giving you updates on broadcast, but also online. We'll have results on weareiowa.com. And if you see any problems at the polls or have questions about voting, we'll help you out. Text the number on your screen and our voter team will look into it. Well, Iowans are voting at a record pace. We're definitely on track to hit our 2016 record voter turnout. Polls are open for another hour or so in Iowa, and we're told we could know the results of some races in that 9 o'clock hour. And the race a lot of people across the country will be watching is the Iowa Senate race between Republican incumbent Senator Joni Ernst and Democrat Theresa Greenfield. Joining us now to talk about the latest with the Ernst race is Local 5's John SCHAEFFER, who is at the Republican election night party. Hi, John.
Thanks, Stephanie. Yes, welcome into the Marriott downtown Des Moines here. If you look behind me, actually, a little bit of a crowd is filled in. Masks being worn by some, others choosing not to. It is optional here inside of the GOP watch party. And as you mentioned, Joni Ernst, all eyes on her tonight. Of course, this is a highly contested matchup with Theresa Greenfield, and in large part because of all the dollars spent on this. The overall vibe, they're hoping the ground game that they had here for the Joni Ernst campaign will work for them. We'll see if that pays off or if they end up falling tonight to Theresa Greenfield. Stephanie?
All right, John, thank you. And let's check in West Des Moines with Local 5's Lakin McGee. Lakin, you've been kind of with our experts all night. You've been watching a lot of different races. So what are you seeing that's catching your eye?
Yeah, Stephanie, so something I want to note is that if you haven't noticed, President Trump and even Vice President Pence and most recently Joe Biden have all been in Iowa recently campaigning. Some are getting, some viewers asking us why this is, why so many times in Iowa. Well, that's because we're also known as pivot counties. That means Iowa has the most counties in the country that has flipped parties during an election. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here in Iowa, hopefully soon. Reporting live in West Des Moines, Lakin McGee, Local 5 News, we're Iowa.
All right, Lakin, thanks so much for that update. Make sure to watch Local 5's election coverage throughout the evening. Of course, we'll be giving you updates on broadcast, but also online. Lots of different convenient avenues for you. We'll have results on weareiowa.com as well as our app, so check that out. Now, if you see any problems at the polls or if you have any questions still about voting, we'll help you out. Just text the number on your screen and our voter team will look into it.
Thank you so much for joining us here for Local 5's election night coverage. I'm Sabrina Ahmed. Polls are open still for another 30 minutes, so if you haven't voted, go vote. And we will be here all night long bringing you all of the results from up and down the ballot. So there's a real chance that Democrats could take control of the United States Senate. And one of those, if not the state to watch to see if that happens, is Iowa, between incumbent Republican Senator Joni Ernst and Democrat Theresa Greenfield. Iowa is also a key state for, of course, the presidential election. And I don't know about you, but my heart's going like this as I am watching all of these results come in from across the country, specifically the East Coast, some down the center of the country right now. So our lovely analysts, Pete D'Alessandro and Craig Robinson, Democrat and Republican strategists, respectively, thank you so much for being here. Let's start with, I know we're not there yet. Let's first get it. How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling about watching these numbers come in? Because I don't know about you, but is your heart beating really fast?
No, it's not a heartbeat. It's just almost you're almost toyed with. Yeah. You know, you get early results, you get excited, and then you have to wait and see how much they change. So it's trying my patience. We live in a society where you want to know right now what's going to happen, and we're going to have to wait all night.
We are going to be here all night, Pete. Let's talk a little bit about how we're feeling. Oh, sorry, I hear you want to say something. Go ahead.
Well, no, the point is, Craig and I are used to
that's true.
Being in a war room. You know, we're used to being in a war room on election night. So not only do you get the numbers there, you know where they're coming from. So when we get numbers in that say 42% of the vote in Florida's in and Trump is leading, or 39% in Ohio and Biden's leading by more than we thought he was gonna, we don't know where those numbers are from. And so it kind of goes to what Craig was saying, where it gets frustrating because you're like, oh, that's a bigger lead than I thought. And then you have to check yourself and realize those could just be the best numbers that they're going to see all night, because we're looking at them in a vacuum.
Right.
And it's important to be aware of that.
And we're going to see out of Iowa a lot of the early vote numbers first. So tell us how you think that's going to impact maybe the Senate race. Let's start with you again, Craig.
Yeah, I think you got to look, you know, we'll get Polk County numbers right away. And that's going to tell us a little bit about, you know, how these suburbs are performing and what the margins are. So it's not going to tell us everything we're going to need to know, because especially I think in the Senate race, we're going to have to wait all night to see where these numbers turn out. I think it's going to be a lot like 2018 in the gubernatorial race between Fred Hubble and Kim Reynolds. But it'll give us a clue of how strong Biden is, how strong Greenfield is in these suburban areas. And so if there's a lot of strength there, then Republicans really are going to have to make up huge margins in the rest of the state, which sometimes you just run out of real estate.
So real quick, Pete, we've got about 30 seconds. Can you tell us who you think, how you think things are going to shape up?
Well, I think the thing to go back to is what we talked about earlier, that magic, it's not magic, it's work. The 40,000 number in Polk County, if a Democrat's over 40,000 in a lead statewide, they're in really good shape. The other thing to keep in mind is the early vote is the early vote, but if we're just moving voters from buckets to one bucket to another, the early vote doesn't have the total significance you might think it has if all we did was move 30% of the Democratic voters that were going to vote on Election Day anyway to vote early because of the situation with the pandemic.
Pete,
so that's another reason why it might take longer.
All right, Pete, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Keep it here. Keep watching our election coverage. 3.5 minutes, everyone, until polls close in our state. If voters are in line right now, or if you get to the polls in the next 3.5 minutes, you can still cast your ballot. Thousands and thousands of Iowans have already made their voices heard even before Election Day. So many voting absentee, by mail, or in person. And we have crews spread out throughout the entire area of central Iowa, keeping their eyes on what's going on at the polls and what county election officials are telling us. Local 5's Lakin McGee is live in West Des Moines this evening. Lakin, you've been talking a lot about county auditors throughout the past few weeks. You've been talking to them, hearing how things are going with early voting. What are they telling you about when we will get election results?
Sabrina, yeah, with the large amount of absentee voters, President Trump has come out and said that he hopes that ballots don't have to be counted after November 3rd. Now, I spoke with the Jasper County Auditor. He tells me that we will absolutely be counting ballots after tonight. He says we have until November 9th. That is the last day that ballots can be counted. Now, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, he's got a prediction. Something about 10 o'clock coming up. Hopefully he's right. We'll see. It'll make for a shorter night for all of us here, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Stick with us. We're going to have a little bit more with that as we go throughout the night. Reporting live in West Des Moines, Lakin McGee, Local 5 News, We Are Iowa.
Lakin, I sure do appreciate that, because I will be anchoring our coverage tonight, and I will be right back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Well, I'll be here at 4 to make sure that all of our coverage is live for you. Now, we tonight, of course, are going to be bringing you all of the election results that we have coming into our newsroom. As Lakin mentioned, you might get a little bit of an idea of what happens at 10 o'clock. That's an hour after polls close in our state. You know, county election officials have been counting the absentee ballots since 12:01 yesterday. That's like 40-something hours that they have to count all of the absentee ballots before polls close. They're in machines that move really quickly, so the likelihood is that we probably will have quite a few results coming up in about an hour. Again, polls close in just a few minutes. Well, stick with us, everyone. Many more results coming. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us on election night. It is a historic election night, Stephanie.
Indeed it is. Unlike any we've ever seen. We say that a lot, but this time it's really true. Yes. Just moments ago, the polls closing all across Iowa for a momentous and often chaotic election. Of course, there might be people who have been in line. They can still vote as long as they got there by 9 o'clock. So if you are in line and you're watching us maybe on the app, stay in line, make your vote count. But let's dive right into the results. Of course, since the polls just closed extremely early, 0% of the vote for Donald Trump and Joe Biden right now, with none of the precincts reporting. So there you go. A little bit early, way too early to know who got even the first vote, president in Iowa.
Okay, so as you can see with the presidential race there, that 0% reporting, the polls literally closed 1 minute ago. So let's go talk about our third congressional race, Stephanie.
All right, we are actually going to head down to John SCHAEFFER, who is at the Republican headquarters in downtown Des Moines. John?
Thanks, Stephanie. Yes, it's an interesting race. Of course, this is one that David Young actually lost to Cindy Axne back in 2018. Now he's trying to get his seat back for that 3rd district. And I talked to him earlier tonight. He was very aware that Polk County was where he lost in 2018. We talked a little bit about that earlier.
I spend more time in it and going neighborhood to neighborhood. What's interesting is the last presidential election in 2016, I only lost Polk County by 271 votes. So big swings, and so a presidential year can help, but that's not the guarantee, the president being on. I got to do the work, and we have been doing the work, and there's just a larger voter turnout altogether will help.
David Young saying, win or lose though tonight, we have to come together as Americans. Now also tonight's Republican Watch Party here, it's a bit exciting. A lot of cheers after seeing Lindsey Graham get the call in South Carolina, but more importantly, we've seen some masks on, some masks off. That was back around 6 o'clock or so. Well, since then, the Marriott is actually enforcing their mask policy. You must be wearing a mask unless you're eating or drinking. So they've been going around handing out masks, everyone required to wear one inside of public spaces. I thought that was pretty interesting. And again, a lot of excitement also around the Joni Ernst race and, of course, the presidential race here. Stephanie?
Yeah, John, not only were the campaigns done differently because of the pandemic, but the way we watch the results and then celebrate the results done differently as well. Sabrina.
Absolutely, Stephanie. Now, speaking of something entirely different than what you'll see at the Republican Party this evening is what is happening at the 3rd Congressional Watch Party, if you could even call it that, for Theresa Greenfield, and that's where Local 5's Eva Anderson is. Eva, what are you seeing in Des Moines?
Sabrina, that's exactly right. If you can even call it a watch party, as you just mentioned, and that's because it's just press here and a few people from the Iowa Democratic Party and Theresa Greenfield's campaign. So let's bring in Jeremy Bush. He is with the Iowa Democratic Party. And again, so polls just closed. How are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling pretty optimistic going into looking at the actual results. Johnson County, one of the Democrats' strongest counties, has had record-breaking turnout. Dallas County, which is one of the fastest changing counties in Iowa, a big suburb area, had some of the highest early voting increase in the state. And I think we're also looking towards those Obama-Trump counties, the infamous ones that we are looking to have a strong performance and, drive down some of the margins that the GOP has done well, but then also drive up the union vote, the labor vote, and really, run with that to a strong finish.
And something that Greenfield has been doing a lot is emphasizing rural areas and reaching out in rural areas. Also a big push on health care as well. Talk to me about some of the things she was really trying to emphasize to Iowa voters in the last few days of this race.
Well, you mentioned rural and health care, and the two really coincide together a lot because we've seen a lot of rural hospitals having trouble staying open, and a lot of the reason why they have support is because of the Affordable Care Act. And so Senator Ernst, when she went to Washington, she repeatedly voted to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would have threatened that access to health care. And over these last couple of days of the election, with health care as one of the most predominant issues that voters are looking to cast their ballot on, that's something that we have put at the forefront of our campaign. Not only that, but Senator Ernst votes to repeal coverage protections for pre-existing conditions, but also we're in the middle of a pandemic, and Senator Ernst is still working to rip health coverage from Iowans, and so we think that is a driving message. That's what we've been hammering, not just over the last week, but since the start of the election, and that's why one of the reasons why we feel confident as results start to come in tonight.
And speaking of still the middle of a pandemic, it's the reason we're not seeing a lot of people around us. How do you feel that might impact, Theresa when she comes into the room tonight and just the overall feeling of everything that we typically experience on an election night?
Yeah, well, obviously we'd love to have a big celebration if things go our way, which we're hoping they will, but I don't think that if we had an event that caused an Iowan to get sick, that it's worth it. And that's the motto and the strategy that we've had since day one of this pandemic, is that we're putting Iowans first, putting the advice of the medical experts first. And I think as Iowans are looking at the choice on the ballot, the pandemic is something that looms big. You know, when Washington has failed to act, that doesn't just prohibit Iowans from staying healthy, it hurts small businesses who can't stay open. It hurts farms who are seeing lower incomes. And so Iowans are looking for change. They're looking for action from Washington. And that's where Theresa's going to deliver. And that's one of the reasons why, again, we're looking for a strong finish tonight.
All right, thank you, Jeremy Bush from the Iowa Democratic Party. Again, we're going to keep a close eye on this race all evening and certainly be here when Ms. Greenfield comes out. Reporting live in Des Moines, Eva Anderson, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Eva, thank you very much. Let's take a look at the most recent. These are the first results we're receiving in the Senate race. As you can see, it says only 0% reporting, but that's because very small margins of percentage of votes reporting so far. But as you can see here, Joni Ernst in these very early votes in our state, 55% of the vote to Theresa Greenfield's 42%. Now, a big point that we've heard from our analysts is it depends on where these votes are coming from. So again, Joni Ernst, 55%, Theresa Greenfield, 42%. So let's bring in our analysts, Pete D'Alessandro and Craig Robinson, who we've been talking to all night long. Gentlemen, you know, you're getting the same results that we're seeing as well. So what does that say to you that those first numbers that we see tonight show Joni Ernst up by, oh gosh, I can't do math that quickly, but like what, 13%?
Sure. Well, again, it's so insignificant in terms of the number of votes that are in. It's so early. I think this Senate race is going to be just like we're watching all these other states come in, where the initial votes might show Theresa Greenfield with a substantial lead, and then Joni's going to eat into it. It's just how the votes will come in the state, whether it's Polk County, Lynn County, Scott County. So I think pretty soon here we'll see what this early vote number is, and then we'll start seeing Ernst start chewing into that.
Pete, can you tell us who we historically see as those first numbers to come in? Do we usually see Polk County first, or do we usually see some of the rural counties first?
You really, you don't. It depends on what you're focused on and what you're looking at. So again, not knowing where they came from, my gut would say those aren't Polk County numbers, because usually what you get out of Polk County right away is the early ballot numbers, which are obviously going to be much higher than that. So those look like precinct numbers from somewhere, which is again a funny thing to say. But again, in the vacuum, not knowing where they are, there's really no context at all. I'm looking at some of the state house races that still have nothing votes in, which means they're probably not from there. So again, when you're looking in the vacuum like that, you really can't judge it, because even though it said 12 points, that could be a place that they needed to win by 15, or it could be a place that they thought they needed to win by 9, if you don't know.
Well, and Pete, this looks to me like it's a rural Iowa number that came in. Mm-hmm. That this is probably a red county that's reporting, and this might be the margin that we see throughout the night. But again, so few votes. I don't know if we can draw a lot from this.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Of course, we're going to continue to chat with you all night. We really appreciate both Pete and Craig being with us. They've been with us since about 4 o'clock there, Stephanie. So we're going to be here, as they said, I think for a while, waiting for these results to slowly trickle in.
Yeah, this is when it gets exciting.
Yeah.
Because the polls just closed. We're starting to see those initial returns again. Yes, very early, but we'll be here through it all. Let's check in with Matthew Judy. He has been in Dallas County today. He was at a polling location earlier. Matthew, it looks like you've changed your location. You're in Adel. Where are you?
Yeah, we're inside the Dallas County Auditor's office now. Like you guys said, hopefully we won't have to wait too long for those results. No results yet from Dallas County, but here's what we do know. More than 34,000 absentee ballots have already been processed. Now compare that to just over 38,000 votes total in the 2016 general election. So they're already on track to break that with total votes. We talked to Dallas County Auditor Julia Helm, and she said she's confident that these will be record-breaking numbers this time around. Now again, no votes in yet, or no tallies yet, as polls just closed here a few minutes ago, but they did say they are confident that here in Dallas County they will know their results this evening. So like you guys said, hopefully sooner rather than later, hopefully we know all this tonight. Live in Dallas County, Matthew Judy. Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
All right, I like the optimism. I like that can-do attitude. We should know results tonight. We're going to hold them to it. All right. Sabrina, we're going to check in with Rachel now. Rachel Droz has been live at the Polk County Auditor's office. It did serve as a polling location earlier. What's happening from your perspective there, Rachel?
Well, it is quiet at the election office here in Polk County right now, but pretty soon there are going to be cars starting to pull up and deliver the ballots here to this building behind me. You can see there are police officers over on that corner. I'm told that they are here to direct traffic. Once these ballots start arriving, they'll be flagging cars through that alley to get them dropped off and inside that building. Now, I also spoke with Sergeant Paul Parizek with the Des Moines Police Department. He has reported that there is one incident where a possible Trump supporter got targeted by a group of people. I'm told that a man was inside of a van that broke down. The van had a Trump flag on it. Police say that a group of young adults began to harass the driver as he waited for a tow. That driver had a replica firearm that he displayed. Police responded and calmed the situation, but then a crowd gathered, and I'm told that tempers flared again. One person was arrested, and that car has been since towed away. So that is the only incident I have heard about tonight here in Polk County. I'm going to send it back to you at the studio.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for staying on top of those issues. And again, if you at home see anything unusual like that, we do encourage you to reach out to us so that we can look into it and contact police also so that you are safe. Sabrina, again, we keep saying it's early because it is, but we do have some initial numbers in on that Senate race between Joni Ernst and Theresa Greenfield. So what are we seeing right now?
Well, so far it still says 0% reporting there, Stephanie, and we are still at that 55% to Joni Ernst and 42% for Theresa Greenfield. As you heard from our analysts, this is likely one rural county, maybe 2 rural counties that are reporting. I think once we start to see some of the bigger counties release their absentee vote information and what those numbers look like, we'll see Theresa Greenfield kind of really take quite the lead in the beginning and then might trickle away from her. So let's also now take a look. So that's District 3. This is District 1. These are the first numbers we're seeing out of District 1. And we actually are seeing quite a few more votes out of District 1 right now. This is 76,000 votes for the Democrat and 42,000 votes for the Republican. But now, I know that this looks as though Abby Finkenauer is going to take it away, but this is the same kind of thing that Pete and Craig were talking about, that 64% going to the Democrat. That's a lot of early vote numbers, very likely. So we'll just have to see how the night plays out as the people who voted today, Stephanie, as we start to see those numbers come in.
And we do know that that district in 2016 had some of those pivot counties that Iowa was being watched for this time around again. So there's some fluctuation there that, again, have to wait and see.
Wait and see.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Attorney Grant Woodard is joining us now to shed a little light on this. Hi there, Grant. Good to see you again.
Hi, good to see you.
So can you talk to our viewers about when a lawsuit might come up or when an election might end up in the courts, specifically with the presidential campaigns as we have seen?
Well, every state has different rules and regulations in how they govern their elections. I think a lot of this is going to be determined by the results that you see tonight and the margins that you see tonight. States where obviously it's not going to be as close, I don't think you're going to see some issues there. I mean, you could see some lawsuits filed either later tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, seeking injunctions to stop some counting. In some states, what we're seeing is pending litigation as it relates to something that's known as ballot curing, where in some states they allow voters that did something wrong with their absentee ballot to come back and try to fix that issue. Normally that issue being a deficient signature on an affidavit on an absentee ballot, not actually changing their vote, but just making it so that that vote can be counted. And the laws in that are vary greatly in every state. So I think you might see some litigation about that tomorrow morning, depending on what types of outcomes we have in states like Pennsylvania and Ohio, Nevada. There's been some stuff brewing there as well. But depending on what happens tonight and the margins that we have, that could certainly become a real possibility.
Do you think it's a likelihood that the results here in Iowa would be contested, or are we standing on kind of solid ground?
I think we're on pretty solid ground here. Most of the issues that it's related to voting are pretty well established. There was some litigation that occurred a couple months ago that was pretty quickly decided by the Iowa State Supreme Court. In Iowa, really the only issue that I could potentially see happening is, you know, absentee ballots that were postmarked yesterday can still be counted if they come in before the final canvass in each county. However, that's probably a very, very, very small number of ballots. We're talking about a fraction of 1% at most, maybe even 0.1% of those ballots. But depending on, you know, a statewide race, I don't think that's likely to happen. But, you know, it seems like every cycle we have a handful of Iowa legislative campaigns that are a little bit in doubt that might have some contests or recounts that happen after the fact.
Sure. Now, even before Election Day arrived, both presidential candidates said that their camps had their team of lawyers ready and waiting for after Election Day to dive into this if need be. Do you think that makes voters who are already kind of uneasy about the process this time around feel like maybe their vote doesn't count? Or is this proof that there are all these systems in place that work to make sure our votes are counting?
Well, nobody likes it when the lawyers are involved. However, I think it's proof that our system does work, that we do have checks and balances, that we do have established rules. Sometimes there's gray area in those rules, and ultimately that's what the court system is about.
All right. Grant Woodard, we appreciate your time. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Happy election night. The polls have been closed for 22 minutes and already we are starting to see results. But instead of results, what we want to do is bring in Mark Kendi. He is a professor who can kind of break down some of the laws, some of these questions that a lot of us have about what's happening across the country, what's going to happen in the state of Iowa. Mr. Kendi, thank you so much for being with us this evening.
My pleasure.
Okay, so let's start just by talking about kind of on a national scale what's happening across the country. There are some states that we know for sure are going to keep counting their ballots well into overnight and tomorrow perhaps as well.
Yeah, I think the interesting state is Pennsylvania because they had problems with the Postal Service. The Postal Service didn't deliver the ballots fast enough to satisfy a federal judge. So a federal judge got angry and told them they had to deliver and basically take the mail-in ballots and make sure they got places faster. But the piece of news that I haven't heard very much is that the Department of Justice has said essentially, or their lawyers have said, we did the best we could. We can't do it any faster. So here you have the battleground state. And I think throughout the country in general, we haven't heard many problems. But I think you do have a little bit of a problem going on in Pennsylvania with some of the mail-in ballots.
Now here in Iowa, if a ballot gets there before November 9th, the whole week after the election, then it will be counted. So what makes this a problem? Obviously, you know, they can just keep counting them for at least a couple days. We'll just be a little delayed in the results, right? We will still get the results.
Yeah, in Iowa, you have until November 9th. But the problem is you don't have necessarily as much time in Pennsylvania. And the Postal Service has been accused early on of slow walking some of the delivery of absentee and mail-in ballots in places like Pennsylvania. And so it's a little startling if one of the lawyers for the government was told by a federal judge there, you must act quickly, and said, basically, we either won't or can't. That does not seem to be a problem so far in Iowa. And to that extent, though, the big deal is Pennsylvania is a much, bigger and core battleground state even than Iowa is. So that's why that's so significant.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about more of Iowa laws, because we did have some laws that are in effect this year that kind of gave people some trepidation. People were worried. Number one, we have the that security scan instead of the postmark, which was something that maybe ease some of the concerns people had about not getting their ballot postmarked. And then also we have the voter ID law. Can you talk us through some of those Iowa laws?
Yeah, they're basically set up to not be too hard, but to also preserve privacy and security. So you've taken care of both their privacy concerns, but also made sure their ballot counts. And as far as we know so far, of course, things could change. It seems to be working at this point.
Can you kind of quantify or maybe compare Iowa's voter laws and voter ID law and access to the polls, access to vote to other states? Are we a pretty accessible state?
Well, I can say this. I can say that mail-in ballots are just becoming more and more common, and the number of mail-in ballots in Iowa is just really huge. And that may mean it takes a little while, maybe even beyond just this evening, to count them all. But that is a trend that's occurring, and states are trying to make sure that everything remains secure, not just in Iowa, but in other states as well.
Mark Kendi, thank you very much. We really appreciate you being with us. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to continue speaking with you all night, Stephanie. As you just heard there, we have had, some issues in other states. Luckily, no issues here in our state.
That is really good news, of course. We love to hear that, because it has been kind of a chaotic election season there, no doubt. Let's take a look at the most recent results here for that U.S. Senate race that is so closely watched, because this could be one of the seats, of course, that flips power in the U.S. Senate. 4% now reporting is what we have. You see that Theresa Greenfield right now holds a lead over Republican incumbent Joni Ernst, quite a few of the votes in. But Sabrina, we have also spoken to our analysts about this. 4% isn't a lot, and so we have to wait to see what the story is, where those votes are coming from to really know. But we're expecting a razor-tight race there.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie. That's right. Let's take a quick look with, again, only 4% reporting of the presidential results in our state. Joe Biden winning with 60% to Donald Trump's 39%. But again, only 4% there, and we knew that Democrats would definitely dominate the early voting numbers.
And if we have a moment here, do we have time for, yes, U.S. House District 1, okay, Democratic incumbent Abby Finkenauer in this district holding a lead against Republican challenger Ashley Hinson at this point. Again, early on, but we are going to continue our coverage over on Local 5 News at 10, so please stick with us as those results continue to roll in.
5 News.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Sabrina and I are excited to be here with you tonight. We are just starting to see the numbers roll in, and the pictures are starting to form, Sabrina.
That's right. Let's take a look at the presidential race to start with. Now, 24% of votes are tallied so far in our state, and that has Joe Biden winning with 55%. Donald Trump at 43%. Now, as our analysts have said, who we'll hear from in just a moment, don't get too excited yet. If you are a Joe Biden fan, these are early vote totals likely, and it will just be a matter of some of these day of votes that come in kind of a little bit later in the night, Stephanie, before we really know what this means.
All right, now here's a huge race that the entire country is watching. Even so, now we just heard that this is one of 3 Senate races that everybody is really focusing in on. So they're honing in on the Senate because it could change power from Republican controlled to Democratic controlled. We have Theresa Greenfield, the Democratic challenger there right now, with 23% of precincts reporting, holding a lead over incumbent Joni Ernst. And again, this is one of those key races that a lot of people across the country are invested in over that control over the Senate.
Now that means that we need to bring in our analysts because Pete D'Alessandro and Craig Robinson have been keeping track of this race. And as we see in both the presidential and the Senate race, gentlemen, those first numbers are showing Democratic leads. But that does not mean that we should maybe put the cart before the horse here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Pete and Craig, can you hear us there?
Yeah,
just gotcha.
Okay.
I think what we're seeing, I think what we're seeing with these Iowa numbers is a lot of Polk County and a lot of Lynn County is in. So we shouldn't be surprised that Joe Biden and Theresa Greenfield have substantial leads. So, you know, those will probably be offset some as we go out throughout the night.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Greg. I think we're in the same position that we were in last year or 2 years ago, is it now, where these big Democratic numbers come in. They're right about where the Democrats want to be, but you have to wait because the votes that are still out there are the votes that will cut into the lead. Now it's a matter of seeing how much it will cut into the lead.
And by saying 2 years ago, you of course are referring to the gubernatorial race 2 years ago between Fred Hubble and Kim Reynolds.
Yep.
Fred Hubble appeared to be winning in the beginning, and then of course throughout the night it proved that Kim Reynolds did in fact win, right, Stephanie?
Correct. And gentlemen, what I've been curious about through this whole election cycle is, you know, we always talk about the undecided. Who is that person who they just don't know, that wild card going in today? Did that margin shrink quite a bit this year? I mean, were there many people left who were legitimately undecided heading into at least the presidential race?
I think it'd be difficult really to be undecided after a race like this. So, I mean, some people just wait, and sometimes, you know, in a race like this, you would think an undecided person might be leaning towards Trump because your mind, if you were going Biden, I can see you making up your mind much earlier than that.
All right, we're going to hang on there, gentlemen. We're going to talk to you a lot more tonight for sure because, again, early in the evening with these results, we've got a lot of important races to get to. So stand by, guys. But we do want to head out to the Lucas building where we find our chief political correspondent, Rachel Droz. And she is there talking to Iowa Secretary of State Paul Pate, or she has been tonight. And a big focus, a big concern, I should say, Rachel, this election was security. It was something that was weighing on a lot of voters' minds. Would their vote be safe?
Yes, Stephanie, that is right. That was a major concern going into tonight, but the good news is it appears that there hasn't been much going on in terms of security issues here in Iowa. I'm joined with Iowa Secretary of State Paul Pate. If you want to talk us through, has there been any cybersecurity issues that you have seen tonight?
Well, we've been very fortunate. We put together the A-team, I call it, with Homeland Security, the FBI, our own cyber experts. So, no, we have not had any instances, and we're going to keep that vigil up until we're all done.
And And how else is everything going tonight? What are we looking at with the numbers coming in?
Sure.
We did have that big dump of numbers right at 9 o'clock where we saw a lot of those numbers coming in quickly, and now they're starting to slowly trickle in.
Well, we had a robust turnout, and the absentee early voting was definitely a big one. Over 95% of those who requested an absentee ballot filled them out, got them back in, so we don't have to worry about stragglers coming in. So what you're going to see tonight should be a pretty accurate reflection of the results. Even though we call them preliminary results, I think you can take those to the bank.
And now a lot of states are having these results come in tonight, but they're saying it could take days for the final result to come in. So you're saying you think that we'll be able to call Iowa pretty accurately tonight of whether or not we're going to go red or blue?
Well, I do, because we've got a good team, both county auditors, our office, and all these 10,000 plus Iowa poll workers collectively have done their job. And we also have done a lot of prep work going into this election. So I think Iowans can count on getting those results tonight.
And how late are we looking at? Obviously, that's something on a lot of people's minds. Will they be watching the TV all night, or will they be able to go to bed at some point tonight? At least here in Iowa, we'll know our results.
Yeah. Well, my goal is I'd like to report the results on November 3rd. So I don't want to go into the wee hours of Wednesday to get these out for you. But whatever it takes, we'll not leave until we get it done. But most of the counties are already rolling those numbers out. The absentees, they've already counted those. So you're seeing those numbers, and you can think about that. That's over 1 million of the votes already tabulated and out there to be reviewed by everybody. And the imbalance of those, we've seen some pretty record numbers in many counties. We'll get those out as quick as we can.
And now one issue that I did hear about early on yesterday, these robocalls that were going out, that is not going to impact the election tonight, but that did sow a little bit of distrust for you at home. There were reports of people in Iowa receiving robocalls saying stay home and stay safe. It's now being investigated by the FBI. So if you want to fill us in a little bit more on what's going on with that situation, and if you believe it impacted people coming out to the polls at all today.
Well, when it was brought to our attention, we immediately got in contact with the FBI. They're part of our response team, and they're doing a complete investigation, and we'll reach out and go after the culprits who are doing this. It wasn't isolated to Iowa. It was done in Nebraska, we know as well, and maybe some other states. But I don't think it's going to have a real impact because, again, Iowans, we've been talking about this for some time. Be careful about this misinformation stuff that's going out there. Go to your trusted sources, whether that's the media you feel good about or our office. We really encourage that, and I think Iowans stuck to that. So I'm pretty comfortable that we got the right things done here and balanced, and we didn't hear anything else out there that was really disturbing. So I think we're on track.
All right, well, we're going to wrap it up there and send it back to you at the studio. For now, reporting live in Des Moines, Rachel Droz, Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Lots of good news coming out of the Secretary of State's office there. All good news tonight, it sounds like, and I appreciate his optimism, Sabrina, wanting to have these results tonight, November 3rd. So I support him in that decision.
So we've got about an hour and 53 minutes, Stephanie. But yes, he'll be there, and so will we. We'll be here bringing you the results until the end. It's 31% of precincts across the state reporting. Theresa Greenfield appears to have the edge over incumbent Republican Senator Joni Ernst. Theresa Greenfield, the Democrat, with 53% to Joni Ernst's 44%. And we are continuing to keep our eyes on what's happening within the watch parties. You know, of course, when you are watching the results at home, sometimes you might not quite know how the parties are feeling about it. You know, do they feel energized? And that, of course, is where watch parties come in usually. But this year, we are in the middle of a pandemic. So there is a stark difference between how the Republicans and the Democrats plan to watch these results come in. So let's start with what might look a little bit more like a traditional watch party, and that is the Republican watch party, where we find our reporter John SCHAEFFER. John, how are things looking there? Do you feel like there's energy in the room for Senator Ernst?
Hey, Sabrina. Yes, absolutely. There seems to be plenty of energy, plenty of people, and everyone is masked up inside of here. That is per the downtown Marriott guidelines. They must be wearing a mask in public places. Now, we caught up with Jeff Kaufman earlier this evening, and he said there's a lot of excitement around this Senate race with Joni Ernst. So obviously there's plenty of excitement, like I mentioned. Jeff Kaufman, of course, talking about that. Then Dave Kochel as well with the Ernst campaign talked about that. They feel that the rural vote is really going to come in strong for Joni Ernst late this evening. Of course, we're going to see that late push. Looking forward to that for the Republicans at least, and a lot of excitement around that. So let's go ahead and hear from David Kochel what he had to say with the Ernst campaign earlier this evening.
Oh, I love Election Day. It's a great tradition, and the polls are open a little late here in Iowa, 9 o'clock. Maybe a little 14 hours of voting is a long time, but a lot of anticipation. We hear big turnout. That's good for us. I know the rural counties are going to come in really strong for Joni, and I think we're going to surprise people tonight. I think the energy has been evident throughout the last couple of weeks. So we feel like we've got the momentum now at the end, and we're closing strong, and so we're looking forward to celebrating a victory tonight.
And the GOP really feels that momentum is best embodied by the voter turnout today. Typically, that's where we see more Republican voters is day of election. We'll see if that pays off for them this evening.
All right, John, thank you very much. Thanks for being there. Thanks for keeping that social distance. We appreciate you doing that and being out in the field for us, showing us what Republicans are doing. Now let's go live to Eva Anderson, who is at Theresa Greenfield's. We'll call it a watch party because that's where the media is, but Eva, there aren't a whole bunch of people there watching. There's kind of a lack of supporter energy there.
That's exactly right, Sabrina. I mean, of course, with Greenfield having a little edge over Ernst right now with partial precincts reporting, normally you'd feel like some accelerated energy in the room, and as reporters, we often talk about what we're seeing. And what I'm seeing right on both sides of me right now is a bunch of empty space. That's because they want to be safe. They want to observe social distancing, and the campaign has made it clear they're taking the health concerns with this pandemic very seriously. Greenfield, scrappy farm girl who said she's ready to take on Washington, and she's got quite the coalition to do it. Her campaign is boasting donations from 99 counties, as well as no corporate PAC money. In the last quarter alone, from July to September, they raised nearly $30 million, and that broke a record for any Iowa senator campaign spending throughout an entire campaign. So a lot of good energy coming from the campaign, whether or not we can see it right now. Greenfield herself will be coming tonight once the race is called, but for now it's just press in the room, pretty quiet. You could probably hear if somebody dropped their I voted sticker on the ground right now, but we'll continue to keep an eye on the race and certainly be here when Greenfield makes her entrance. For now, reporting live, Eva Anderson, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
Well, vote sticker being heard, drop or not, we appreciate you being out there, Eva. Thank you very much. And of course, we'll be there when Theresa Greenfield gives whatever speech she does give tonight. We appreciate you.
All right, now we do want to take a look at one of the state Senate. Now this is the Iowa State Senate District 20 race right now. It says 100% of the precincts are reporting, but as you can see, we have not called this. So we're just going to go by the numbers that we see with the percentages here right now. Brad Zahn, the Republican incumbent, has 51% of the votes to Rhonda Martin's 49% there. So we have not called that one. We're still waiting on that. And just a word for you, we take our results from the Associated Press, the AP, and then our news team here decides when we are ready to call that. We're not ready yet. So we will continue to monitor that race. But let's check in now with Mark Smith. He is the chair of the Iowa Democratic Party. Hello, sir. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Well, an exciting evening already, as always. Why do we do this to ourselves? But this is, we're having an interesting time watching all of these numbers roll in. First of all, how are you feeling with some of those key races that we have in the state? Specifically, the entire country is watching that Senate race between Joni Ernst and Theresa Greenfield. So how are you feeling about that?
Well, first of all, we have an excellent candidate. I had a little trouble hearing your question, and so apologies for that. But we have an excellent candidate running for the U.S. Senate, and so we're very hopeful because everyday Iowan best interest at home.
Okay, we were having a little bit of trouble with your audio there too, but I want to ask you about what we're seeing in the state right now. We have a lot of these close races. Of course, the Iowa House is within 4 seats of being switched to Democratic control, so that's got to be something that you're pretty excited about right now.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yep, I know. This is the trouble with the pandemic. We're having a hard time with our audio, but the Iowa House within 4 seats of switching from Republican control to the Democrats having control of that, breaking up the trifecta at the state level. Are you pretty excited about that? Are you optimistic about that happening?
Indeed, I am. That I was leader in the Iowa House in 2018 when we picked up 5 seats, and so picking up 4 seats. We're in the majority and can govern with common sense and support what are great Iowa values such as public education, making sure that we have quality health care and that we have an economy that serves all of us instead of this economy that is occurring in this pandemic that has been mishandled.
And we know that Iowa has been watched as one of the swing states for the presidential race. Of course, we still are tabulating those results right now, but how are you feeling about Joe Biden's chances in Iowa up against President Trump?
Yes, I'm very hopeful that the vice president will carry the state. Again, what we've seen is Iowa a hotspot of this. Also, the president has been no friend of Iowa's agriculture. He has taken hot shots at our ethanol industry here in the state. He also has had trade wars that have turned out badly for Iowa farmers. So this is his action and his inaction on the pandemic has caused a lot of difficulty for Iowans. So I believe that they will turn to the vice president for his common sense leadership.
All right, Mark Smith, we so appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. We hope to talk to you maybe a little bit later when we see this picture starting to form a little more.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring our political analysts back in. Now we have Pete D'Alessandro. He is our Democratic analyst, and Craig Peterson. And gentlemen, can they hear me? Do you know if we have them?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, good. You can hear me. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of these congressional races. Let's start with House District 1 between Abby Finkenauer. She is the Democratic incumbent up against Ashley Hinson. For our viewers at home, this is the Cedar Rapids area. It has some of those pivot counties that President Trump flipped essentially from an Obama stronghold. So how are we feeling about that race right now with the numbers that you have?
Do you want to start?
Sure. Look, there's still some counties we haven't heard from yet here tonight, and but this is close. I mean, it's showing to me like about a 6-point lead for Congresswoman Finkenauer at the moment. But we also know that most of the Lynn County vote is in, and so Ashley Hinson has a really good shot here of picking up those rural votes to cut into this lead. It's not out of the question that this could tighten up as the night goes on.
All right, and
Pete. You look at this rate. Yeah, you look at this rate, and you look at if you look at 1, 2, and 3, the Democrats have to feel good of where they are with the numbers that are in, and that includes here with Congresswoman Finkenauer in District 1. Again, there's about 55%, a little over 55% of the vote in. We know Lynn's in. We know a good portion of Dubuque's in, which will be very favorable to the Congresswoman and was 2 years ago. So now it's a matter of, again, seeing is there enough out that you can cut into this lead. I'd rather be sitting at the 7-point lead, the 6-point lead at 55 than I wouldn't be, but it isn't something that you can say is a slam dunk win just yet.
Okay, let's take a look, if we can, at the results in the 2nd Congressional District, the numbers that we have right now. This is U.S. House 2, 48% of the vote in. We have Rita Hart here with 56% of the vote, leading Marionette Miller-Meeks, the Republican, with 44%. Interesting seat here because this is held by Dave Loebsack right now. He is not seeking re-election. He's a Democrat and well-liked. So Pete, I'm going to go with you to start us off here. Marionette Miller-Meeks has run for this before, so we know that she does have name recognition in that race. Do you think that's enough for her, or do you think Rita Hart still holds the edge in Dave Loebsack's seat that he holds now?
Well, that's a good question, and it's actually a twofold answer. It's a seat that leans Democratic when you look at the numbers. So in a non-incumbent situation, the Democrat would be favored, although slightly. In terms of the name recognition, you do have to remember that Rita Hart was the Democratic nominee for lieutenant governor 2 years ago. And so that's a quick, big way to get some name recognition. And running for lieutenant governor isn't going to necessarily be something that's going to keep name recognition, but certainly within 2 years of being on the ballot, it will. And of course, she has run and won herself in part of the district. So I don't think the name recognition stuff, it exists, but I don't think it's as big as we might think. And I'll tell you what, I know Johnson County, I believe Johnson County's in. This is, again, about where you'd want to be if you're Rita Hart's folks, I think. You're not going to declare victory just yet, but this is a nice lead, and you're running out of places with the way the district's drawn for Miller-Meeks to be able to make it up.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, we're going to be checking in with you again very quickly, but I believe, Sabrina, we are going to take a look elsewhere right now.
Yes, that's right, Stephanie. Matthew Judy has been in Dallas County all afternoon and evening, and he's been talking to the county auditors about how votes are being tabulated, how things are going, not just in Dallas County, kind of across the state. So let's check in with him now. Matthew, how are things at the Dallas County Auditor's Office this evening?
Well, they're all in, and they've actually been in since a little before 10 o'clock. They got things in pretty quickly. A victory for Republicans up near the top of the ticket, although not a very wide margin of victory at the very top of the ticket. President Trump holding here in Dallas County by just over 1,000 votes. Now, back in 2016, Hillary Clinton pulled in just 41% of the vote. Well, Joe Biden pulled in 47% of the vote here in Dallas County, so certainly a stronger showing when it comes to the presidency from the Democrats. David Young also with a victory here when it comes to Republicans, as well as Joni Ernst, a victory. Not many big surprises there here in Dallas County. Maybe the story, a little more than 55,000 votes total here in Dallas County. You compare that to the 2016 general election, where they had just over 38,000 votes. So one of Iowa's fastest growing counties continues to show up on Election Day, so kudos to them. And hey, kudos to everybody here in the auditor's office for getting things into for us by 10 o'clock. That makes our job a little bit easier. Guys, live in Adel, Matthew Judy, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
Yes, Matthew, it does. I love your enthusiasm with that. You're like, yes, one county done. Now 98 left to go. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for being at the Dallas County Auditor's Office in Adel. Now, let's go now to our reporter, Lakin Magee, who has been tracking a lot of different topics for us all day. And she's in West Des Moines talking about how much money went into the state house races, because we've, of course, been watching all these TV ads for the Senate race and the congressional districts. But as Lakin will tell us next, you know, my goodness, talk about record-breaking dollars, especially for the Democrats, Lakin.
Sabrina, yeah, that's exactly right. The amount of money that each candidates have raised for their campaigns is outstanding. So something I want to talk about is that the Iowa Democratic candidates have dramatically outraised money for their campaign versus the Republicans. So let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers here. So this is the total raised by all Iowa State House candidates. Democrats, they have raised $4.3 million, while the Republicans have raised $3.5 million. And this is likely because the Democrats want to flip the State House. As Stephanie had mentioned earlier, they are just 4 seats away from flipping that Republican-controlled State House. I want to take a look at some of these numbers I have right here. I have my laptop down here so you can't see what we're looking at, but one of those races that we are going to really watch tonight is the State House District 37. That is John Landon. He is currently winning by 53%. His challenger is Andrea Phillips. She is at 46% votes. That's really what we're going to be watching tonight, because that could ultimately determine what's going to be happening with that. Something also I want to mention is that the Republicans right now are a trifecta of power in Iowa. They have control of the State House, the Senate, the governor's mansion. They have since 2016. But tonight that could all change for the State House. Something else I want to mention is that the Senate is not up for flipping this year. So we want to keep that in mind. Again, this is something we're going to be looking at closely. These are the numbers that have been updated as of 9:51 tonight. I'm going to watch them closely, and we'll see what happens here tonight. Sabrina?
All right, we're going to actually take a look at some of our races. So let's dive right in here. We've got State Senate District 20. Again, this is held right now by Brad Zahn, the Republican incumbent. He is holding at 51% of the votes, just under 22,000 votes there. And we have Rhonda Martin, the Democratic challenger, at 49% of the votes. Again, it does say up there in the corner, I want to address this. It says 100% of the precincts reporting. As you see, we have not called this race yet, so the percentage number might be just a little bit off. We get our numbers from the Associated Press, and we follow their lead on calling these votes. So we're not ready to call that one yet. State Senate District 22 here, we have Sarah Throne-Garriott, the incumbent. She is at 50% of the vote. And Scott Serksena also 50% of the vote, but take a look at that number. They're separated by just a couple hundred really votes at this point. So very close race. In State Senate District 22, we'll keep our eye on that. Let's bring in our analyst on these State Senate seats. You know, Craig, I want to talk to you about this because the State Senate really is on firm ground under Republican control. So is there worry about these races? Of course, you'd like to hold as many seats as possible, but any concern with the numbers you're seeing?
No, not at all. In fact, I think it's an okay night already for Republicans. That Brad Zahn race is final. You know, he won re-election. They lost the West Des Moines Senate seat. That's not a huge surprise, I think, to people that the Democrats took control of that. But you know, the real story tonight is also what happened in these House seats in Polk County. While you had a huge early vote margin, Democrats lost Iowa House seats, and so the possibility for them to flip the chamber, I think, is already gone. Yeah.
Can you all open Sabrina's mic? Sabrina has a question for you.
Sorry, I just want, Pete, do you agree with that? Do you think those chances are gone as well? Do you think that the chances for the Dems to flip the House?
I'm looking at two that were lost in the suburban parts. I don't see where you're able to win. You had kind of an inside straight situation where if you won 4 to 5 of these really competitive seats that you didn't hold, you could take it. Losing those two, and it looks like there might be a couple others that the Democrats might lose. I don't see where you have other seats you can flip to be able to get to the 6 that you need. Well, you need 6 now. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, when
I don't see where they are.
When Heather Mattson loses, and Carrie Deeren loses, I mean, now you got to get 6 seats to flip control, and I think those losses are huge tonight. And Gary Moore, the state rep in the Quad Cities, he was able to win re-election. So these suburban seats that Democrats targeted and thought that they could win, they didn't deliver tonight.
Interesting, Craig. Thank you so much, Pete. We really appreciate you. Of course, we're going to continue to check in with you throughout the rest of the evening.
Let's take a look at some more numbers here. We're going to go back we're going to start with the U.S. president. Here we go. 58% of precincts reporting in Iowa. Right now, Donald Trump has pulled ahead, 50% of the vote right now, with about 610,000 votes to Joe Biden's 49%. Again, with 58% of the precincts reporting here in Iowa, Donald Trump holding on to a very slim lead right now, about 10,000 votes.
Taking a look now at the U.S. Senate race, Joni Ernst appears to now be ahead of Theresa Greenfield at last check. She was behind Theresa Greenfield, so this is something that our analysts told us to anticipate. At 58% of precincts reporting, we now have Joni Ernst with about a 5,000 vote lead. So of course we'll continue to keep our eye on this, as will the rest of the country.
Yeah, this was one that I was watching ABC News coverage too, and they said it was down to 3 Senate races that they were really focusing on. Iowa was one of them. Let's get into the U.S. House now. And in District 1 here, we have 57% of the precincts reporting. We're well into this now. Abby Finkenauer is the incumbent. She's a Democrat. She is holding on to her lead over Ashley Hinson right now with 53% of the vote. This district is in eastern Iowa. It includes Cedar Rapids, and it did have some of those important pivot counties that we've been talking about a lot that President Trump was able to flip from President Obama. So those were some of the counties that were being watched on a national level. We don't have the county breakdown on this right now, so we can't exactly tell you at this point how that turned out, but I think that will probably be a story we'll be seeing in the next couple days, Sabrina.
Yeah, I think so. It's an interesting race too, because Abby Finkenauer and Ashley Hinson served together in the Iowa House. Abby Finkenauer, of course, became a congresswoman 2 years ago. Ashley Hinson then decided to run against her. Ashley Hinson, a former morning news anchor herself, so has great name recognition in the district as well. So let's take now a look at the most recent numbers for House District 2. This is Rita Hart, former candidate for lieutenant governor under the Fred Hubbell ticket, appears to be winning with 55% of the vote, reporting to Marionette Miller-Meeks, who has run for this seat multiple times against who would be the incumbent, Dave Loebsack, but Dave Loebsack is retiring. So looks like a pretty wide margin here, but again, it's early, and as those rural counties begin to really report some of their numbers, 45% still left to report. We'll have to see how that shakes out.
Absolutely. Are we going to District 3 now? There we go. And I just think of this one as the rematch, Sabrina. Here it is. This is a seat that was once held by David Young. 2 years ago, he was defeated by Cindy Axne, so they are back on the ballot again. And with 82 rather, sorry about that, my eyes are failing, 82% of the precincts reporting right now. Cindy Axne is holding on to a lead over David Young. And again, this is one of those districts that covers Polk County and an urban area, which is where we know Cindy Axne really got her hold last time around. Our analyst said that David Young was hopeful that the rural vote would be energized and excited about the president on the ticket, and that he would be able to pull in some of that momentum tonight. We'll see how that shakes out as more votes come in.
Let's take a look now at Congressional District 4. This was at one time thought to be quite a heated race when they didn't know who would be on the Republican side of the ticket, Randy Feenstra or Steve King, who is of course the incumbent. But Steve King lost in the primary to Randy Feenstra. So the all of the dollars that were going into this race when it could have been a J.D. Scholten-Steve King matchup kind of dried up. So haven't been a lot of TV ads for this one. No surprise really here that Randy Feenstra right now has 63% of the vote to J.D. Scholten's 37%. J.D. Scholten almost beat Steve King last time around, but as you can see here, it appears though Randy Feenstra at this moment is taking the lead, and of course we'll continue to keep our eyes on that race as well throughout the rest of this evening.
And a lot of analysis, I think, in all of those races that will happen when it's all said and done too, just to see who went where. Let's head downtown to John Schaeffer. He is at the GOP watch party in Des Moines, and the President Trump is up by 1 in Iowa right now. We are told, John, Joni Ernst, we just saw, was ahead in the latest poll that we had. So are you sensing that in the room? Is the mood up?
Yes, absolutely, Stephanie. You're seeing right now, cheers and clapping going on. I'm going to step out, just let you take a look a little bit. Quite a few people in here. Again, masks are required unless you have a drink or you are eating, but quite a few cheers. There's that feeling that Joni Ernst is going to be able to pull out the win tonight as well. We've also seen Brad Zahn work around the room a little bit. Obviously, he's very excited about his outcome this evening as well. So quite a good energy inside of this Republican watch party tonight. Like we've talked about all night, very different from what we're seeing over with Theresa Greenfield's party tonight. But overall, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement from the GOP and the Republicans here as they look for quite a few wins overall here inside the downtown Marriott. Stephanie, Sabrina.
All right, John. Yeah, you can hear the energy in that room. Thank you so much. And Sabrina, we know that there's going to be some legal challenges with these races. Maybe not necessarily in Iowa, but across the country. And I know that you have a little more insight on that.
Yeah, you know, Stephanie, it really all comes down to how close these races are. So let's bring in our legal expert, Grant Woodard, who has been with us all evening as well, along with our analysts, kind of keeping track of where we might see some of these challenges. And Grant, the number one issue that we have heard is perhaps we'll take this to the Supreme Court if the race is super close. Do you really think that's something that can happen? And I know you've said this to us earlier in the evening, but is that a good or a bad thing? I'd love to repeat that for our viewers at home.
Well, I think the important thing for people to remember is that whether it's here in Iowa, it's other states, counting these ballots is a process. I mean, we're fortunate here in that the vast majority happens in the state of Iowa very quickly. I mean, after tonight, there might be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 new votes that might come. But in some of these other states, we're hearing reports that in places like Pennsylvania, for example, Wisconsin, Michigan, they are going to have difficult getting through just the sheer amount of absentee ballots that have occurred due to the pandemic. That being said, there's issues that are arising in some other states, most notably with something that we call ballot cure, where some absentee ballots that have been submitted in a timely fashion turns out that they did not have some proper paperwork or proper signatures involved. Some states have very specific rules across several counties, across all their counties on that. Some states it's really largely left up to the local election officials. I think we might see some litigation in some states tonight, tomorrow, on issues such as that, especially if this race continues to be so close in some of these presidential battleground states.
Now, Grant, correct me and tell me, hey, I'm not really well versed on that if you don't know exactly what's happening in Pennsylvania right now, but there was some conversation earlier this evening with Mark Kendi, a law professor, about what is happening in Pennsylvania and just how perhaps the U.S. Postal Service wasn't moving quickly enough to get the ballots in the hands of the auditors, and then the federal judge said, hey, you need to move faster, and basically the government said, no, we can't move any faster than we are. I mean, do things like that can obviously happen? I mean, how does that impact the election?
Well, it's going to certainly impact the election. I mean, I think Craig and Pete said it best earlier in that, we're accustomed to things happening very quickly. In a lot of states, they have not been able to count absentee ballots until today. In some of these counties, you are talking, hundreds, if not over 1 million ballots that need to be counted with the staff that they have. With outstanding ballots that could still potentially come in. There's really a hodgepodge across all these states in terms of what the regulations are, what the rules are, what the laws are, and sometimes even within those states, these ballots can be treated differently depending on what county you live in. And I think if these battleground states continue to be very close, you could see just a flurry of litigation and injunctions filed within the next few hours.
Grant, it just seems like such a hodgepodge. It's a perfect word like you just used. I mean, do you think there's ever a chance that there might be some sort of, streamline, this is the way it works across the country, or is it a good thing that these states each have their own way of doing it?
Well, generally I would say it's better for each state to set their own rules. However, within some states they can't even agree on what those rules are. I mean, there's been some battles in some of these states where you have a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature where they have not been able to come up with a agreed upon set of rules in some of these states. I mean, here in Iowa, we do it pretty well. I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, even though a lot of the power in terms of running these elections are held within our 99 Iowa County auditors, there's a pretty specific rules that everyone must follow across all these counties. Obviously, I think more states should follow that, but I think we're going to probably see a flurry of litigation in the next couple of days in these states.
Thank you very much, Grant. We really appreciate it. And you're right, the county auditors work really well with the Secretary of State of our state, and we are so lucky. We just saw that Dallas County got their numbers in by 10 o'clock tonight. Now that is a gem. All right, Stephanie, let's turn it over.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
Yeah, we are.
All right,
Great, thanks.
Sabrina, thank you. Just before we talked to Mr. Woodard, we were downtown with John Schaeffer at the GOP watch party. A lot of energy in the room. We want to take you all again downtown, this time to our Eva Anderson. She is at Theresa Greenfield's Essential Watch Party. Of course, Eva, it's a different party. You know, COVID has dictated we do things a little differently this year, so it's a quieter party there. But are you sensing still some enthusiasm in the room? What's going on?
Again, Stephanie, as you mentioned, it's a bit of a different, and sort of the way these parties, these watch parties tonight are built sort of mimics the partisan response to the pandemic. Republicans are gathering, you know, again, not to extreme full capacity, but they are gathering in person. Here, it's not open to the public. It's just press in this room. And so a little bit of some lower energy here, but again, it's a bit of a waiting game. A few more people are trickling into the room as the race being called draws nearer. But again, still a very tight race, a bit of a toss-up. Obviously, Greenfield had a little bit of an edge over Ernst earlier, and now it's flipped the other way around, but by a very thin margin, just 1%. So that all remains to be seen, and we will certainly keep an eye on everything over here. And when Greenfield comes, we will be sure to bring it back out to you. All right, for now, reporting live in Des Moines, Eva Anderson, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
All right, Eva, hang in there. Thank you so much. We want to head out now to the Lucas building, which is where we find our chief political correspondent, Rachel Droz. Rachel, this entire election, you've been following all kinds of issues, from misinformation to voter security and all of that. You've had a long day at the polls. So can you sum up what you saw today on this election day in the middle of a global pandemic?
Yeah, Stephanie, it has been really not that different of a day. Of course, there's been social distancing at the polls, a lot of people voting early, but I voted in person myself this morning in Dallas County, and I was shocked, honestly, to see quite a normal sized line that I would normally see. Of course, everybody was spaced out. That's how I started my day. Then I moved on to polls around Polk County, spent some time in Ankeny. There was a steady trickle of people coming in there. Then came downtown to a polling site here. Again, social distancing going on, but still a good amount of people voting in person on election day. Not the normal amounts that we're seeing, but something of note this specific election that has been on a lot of people's minds is security, cybersecurity threats coming in from international countries, people threatening our election process here. And now there has been a report of Iowans receiving robocalls telling them to stay home and stay safe. Those calls came in, leaving voicemails on people's phones earlier this week. And I just talked to Secretary of State Paul Pate about a half hour ago, and he told me that this is not isolated to Iowa. He mentioned that there are reports of it happening in Nebraska. I've seen reports of it coming in really across the country of these calls. So the FBI is investigating this along with Iowa State Fusion Center. That is a division of the Iowa State Patrol. So it's something that people are looking into, and that really, according to Secretary Paul Pate, is the big key issue with this election. It's not necessarily that these hackers are going to get into Iowa's election system and change vote totals. There's a paper trail in Iowa, so that really, these election results are audited, so people can go through those paper ballots and make sure those are correct. The big issue is going to be if hackers get it, or if there's misinformation and disinformation out there, of people using social media to spread concerns, maybe put some questions in people's minds, wondering if these results are going to be correct or not, and that could lead to problems in coming days. We're likely not going to wake up tomorrow and know who the president is. That's a reality. Yes, we may know in Iowa, we likely will know in Iowa who is going to be Iowa's choice, but across the country it could be an issue that if there is misinformation and disinformation out there, it may lead people to question these results that are likely going to be coming in late tomorrow, maybe even the end of this week. So it's something we're all going to have to keep an eye on. It's definitely something that the Iowa Secretary of State says that they have an A team, that they really have been putting election security at the forefront just because of those threats that are out there.
Well, Rachel, you have been tirelessly working on all of these issues, at least since the beginning of the year, and we appreciate all the effort that you have put in to not only follow up and make sure that our vote is safe and secure and hold those people accountable, but also that our viewers and voters out there knew what their rights were as a voter. So thank you for all of your hard work. We certainly appreciate it. And we know you're going to continue to follow this, so we take great comfort in that, Rachel. All right, one thing that worked in our favor and everybody's favor today was the weather. And we know, Brad, this time of year it could be pretty bad.
It can be, and this was kind of an historical day because of how warm it was. We set records all over the place, especially here in Des Moines. Take a look at this. This is the warmest day we've ever had for November 4th, and 78 degrees. You can see back in 2008, we had 73 degrees. We shattered that record. That was the election day record that was set back in 2008. So we've had the warmest day ever here in Des Moines, 78 degrees, and we weren't alone. There were other records set out there as well. We had record set in Mason City at 77. You know the warmest temperature though? It was in northwestern Iowa. Spencer hit 80 degrees today, and look at all those upper 70s today. I mean, this is a warm day any time of the year almost, but this is early November, so pretty crazy weather kind of going along with our crazy 2020, I guess, just kind of historic in every way. Well, take a look at what we got here. We got some temperatures still on the warm side the next couple of days. We could be flirting with records tomorrow and even Thursday and even Friday, so it's not over yet. We're going to keep the warm weather going right into the weekend. Here are the temperatures right now. It's pretty balmy out there for a November night. Temperatures are still in the 50s right now, 58 in Des Moines, 55 in Creston, so it's going to be a nice night out there. Temperatures will be cooling off, but not that much. Now, as we go into tomorrow, starting off in the 40s, there will be some clouds coming in tomorrow, but no big problems at all. We are looking for another warm and breezy day. No rain in the forecast here for the next couple of days. It's going to be dry out there. Highs for tomorrow, low 70s. I think the clouds are going to keep us down just a little bit more, so it's not going to be quite as warm. For tonight, mostly clear, milder, low near 47 degrees. Southwest winds about 6 to 12. For tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, continued warm, a high of 73 degrees, and we keep those 70s going right into the weekend. So if you were stuck inside today and you're saying, why can't we have the warm weather on the weekend? We will have the warm weather on the weekend. The rain chances come in Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, and then the wheels come off and it gets colder. Sabrina?
Brad, it's times like these when I wish I did not have COVID to deal with because I want to hug you. All right, let's take a look at total electoral colleges across the country, because I want you to take a look at this so you can understand the importance of different states. So the whole point behind this electoral college is it's all about the math. It's about how do you get to that magic number of 270. You take the total number of electoral college votes in the country, which is 538, divide it by 2, that's 269. That means that you need 270 to win the presidential election. So let's take a look at where we stand right now, okay? There's this fantastic tool on our website. Go to weareiowa.com. The AP puts this out and we are bringing it right to you. Again, weareiowa.com. It's such a great tool. So this shows exactly where, with the most up-to-date numbers from the AP, the presidential race stands now. So 209 electoral votes for Vice President Biden and 118 for President Donald Trump. Again, that magic number is 270. So let's scroll down a little bit. Biden still needs 61 to get to that 270. So I'd like to just take a little bit, we'll scroll down, because if you can see here, the red, that dark red, those are the states that have been called by the AP. The light red, those are the states that are leaning Trump. The dark blue, those are the states that have been called by the AP for Biden to win, and the light blue, it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but those are the states that are, there we go, leaning a little bit more toward Biden. So if we hover the cursor, Zach, over maybe let's say Florida, you'll see that like 90, I think it's 91% of the precincts are reporting there in Florida, and that appears that Trump's going to win that. But let's maybe hover over Iowa, because right now we have about 57% of the precincts reporting. And if you take a look at what is happening in Iowa, you can see that Trump has a slight lead, but we still have a whole long night ahead of us. I know Dallas County is reporting their numbers, but we still have a lot of rural of Iowa that needs to get their numbers into us. So the point here is this lovely tool on our website is something that you can click around and you can really understand what's happening at a state level and see how much of the state is reporting their vote totals. Stephanie, it's a really quite an interesting little tool that I've been clicking on a lot over when I've been sitting at my desk.
I'm looking at it right now on my laptop right here, and it's wonderful. And for somebody like myself who doesn't necessarily follow all of this like a hawk, it's really great to go through and click through and see where those states are. And if you do enjoy following it, it gives you nice live updates here. There is a state Senate race right here, District 20, that we want to take a look at, and are we calling this one now? Yes, we are going to say that this is going to Brad Zahn, 51% of the votes there, to Rhonda Martin's 49% of the votes. Brad Zahn, of course, held this seat before. He's the incumbent, so he will hold this state Senate District 20 seat to serve another term here. Let's check in with our analysts now on this. And Craig, I'm going to start with you. You're not surprised, are you?
No, I think everyone knew this was going to be a close race. But I'm not surprised that someone like Brad Zahn is able to work. I mean, Brad's about as honest and hardworking as you can get, and he took this race seriously, and so I'm not surprised that he is reelected tonight.
Pete, we know that Brad Zahn really championed the animal rights bill. It was an issue that was popular with so many Iowans. Do you think that voters pay attention to who's backing bills and that helped him, or what do you think gave him an edge in this race?
Well, there's a couple things. The voters do pay attention to that, and when they're not paying attention to it, the consultants will make sure that they know what's going on during an election year, without a doubt. I think ultimately, though, and I think Craig really hit it on the head, we really get caught into ideology a lot. And Brad Zahn and I have a different ideology. Where he has an advantage in races like this, and actually less so in a year like this because of COVID, he's a likable guy. So what happens is, that's the first thing people get past. Well, I like him. Now it's tough to beat somebody like that, because a lot of these issues are kind of either or issues, and most people aren't as ideologically bent as people like us here at the table today, and people that do this. And so when you have a likable guy, they're going to likable candidate, they're going to survive these tough races like this. And so I think that can't be overlooked.
Take a look at another race here. We're going to bring this graphic up for you all. This is State Senate District 22. Schneider retired. Okay, yes. And so, but are we calling this one yet, or is it still too close to call? We are going to call this one for Sarah Trone Garriott. With they both have 20 or 50% of the vote here, but she has a couple. I mean, it's 23,061 votes to 22,895 votes of Scott Saxena is there. Again, I'm not great at math, but that, gentlemen, that is a slim margin. So we are seeing 200 votes. Sabrina's telling me. She's doing the math for me. So here again, we're seeing a very, very close race. Pete, what are your thoughts on that?
She's a really, really good candidate. And she had a primary, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of times candidates that have to run tough races in the general, when they have tougher primaries or they have to get through a primary, they kind of get seasoned, where, especially as a first-time candidate, where they might not have been able to have that possibility if they had just been anointed or if nobody had taken them on in a primary. So I think we can look back to that, and I would obviously ask her about that, but I think having the primary might have been the thing that, especially in a close race like this, there's a lot of things in a close race, that could be one of those things that you look back on and say, That could have been the difference, the fact that she actually had to win just to get to this point.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We appreciate your time as always. We're going to continue to talk to you throughout the night. We do want to head back downtown Des Moines, though, where we find Local 5's John Schaefer. He, of course, is at the GOP watch party. And John, we spoke with you about 15 minutes ago. The energy was pretty high in the room, and I would imagine things haven't changed a whole lot.
That's right, Stephanie. A lot of high energy in here. These people are very excited about what they're starting to see. And really the shift here, as you hear, another eruption as Fox News is calling Trump. We're not calling that yet, but a lot of excitement, obviously, as the Republicans have Fox News Channel up watching that here behind me. So you're hearing cheers. Again, Brad Zahn I actually saw walking around the room, getting some high fives, taking a couple pictures. Obviously very excited about retaining his seat as well. So a lot of excitement there for Brad Zahn. And I'm expecting we'll be hearing more cheers throughout the night if these numbers keep trending the way they have been as the night's progressing here with Joni Ernst and David Young as well, hoping to get his seat back in that 3rd District of Congress. So Stephanie, Sabrina, we'll see what shakes out. A lot of night left ahead of us. I'm pretty sure it's going to go well into the morning.
Yeah, I think that's the general consensus. Hang in there, John. Appreciate your time. And then at the Democratic Watch Party, we find Local 5's Eva Anderson. And I want to remind everybody when we head down there, 2 different parties. There's more people at the GOP party, the Democratic Watch Party. It's a much smaller crowd for COVID reasons. Eva, we just heard from John. We heard a big eruption over at the GOP headquarters of cheers. Another network has called Iowa for President Trump. We are not calling that yet. We are following the AP numbers. So we haven't. But what are you hearing on these races right now?
Well, Stephanie, I can imagine some of the eruption of cheers might not only be for the presidential race at John's party over there, but also Ernst is in the lead right now. Again, it's been kind of going back and forth, but she's ahead by 3 points right now. So not much energy in the room, as you had mentioned. There's not a whole lot going on between the last few times you guys have seen me. Pretty empty room behind me. It's only press allowed, so no supporters are in this room. There are just a few people from the Iowa Democratic Party and Greenfield's campaign, but other than that, it is pretty quiet. So we're going to stick around and be sure to see Greenfield when she does take the podium over here, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Eva, thank you so much for hanging in there with us tonight. We appreciate it. And we're going to take a look there at the numbers for the president. We just, of course, heard all those cheers down at the GOP headquarters, so they're happy about what they're seeing. We have 77% of the precincts reporting here. So we have Donald Trump in the lead right now, 52% to Joe Biden's 46%. The president just shy, 758,494 votes to be specific there, Sabrina.
Yes, so let's take now a look at the U.S. Senate race. The U.S. Senate race between Joni Ernst and Theresa Greenfield that you just heard both John and Eva talking about, and these are the numbers that they were both referring to. That's Joni Ernst in the lead with 51% to Theresa Greenfield's 46%. Joni Ernst, of course, the incumbent Republican senator. This is 77% of precincts reporting. So, of course, Theresa Greenfield was in the lead in the very beginning of the evening when we saw those early vote totals. But now that other precincts and some of the day of voting has started to come into, this is now what we're seeing is Joni Ernst is starting to take the lead.
And let's head down to our analyst now again for a little bit more insight. Are we going to do the House races first? Okay. U.S. House District 1 here. We have a little flip-flop, Sabrina. This is interesting. We have 86% of the precincts reporting all night. We've had Abby Finkenauer in the lead. She is the incumbent. This is over in eastern Iowa near Cedar Rapids. Ashley Hinson, her Republican challenger, pulling ahead now by, goodness gracious, just a slim margin there. I mean, we're not even in the thousands of votes at this point. 50% for both, but she has pulled ahead.
And again, we know that that was going to be a tight race, but probably maybe one of the tightest races across the country for congressional races leading up to today has been this one. House District 2, Rita Hart to Marionette Miller-Meeks, and it appears as though Rita Hart currently has the lead, but of course we'll keep our eyes on that one. Let's take a look now at District 3.
All right, we have Cindy Axne in the lead, 49% to David Young's 47%. Of course, Cindy Axne is the incumbent. However, David Young had the seat before she did, so this is kind of the rematch race here.
And 95% of precincts reporting for that race. So there was some area of rural southwest Iowa that we were kind of keeping our eyes on as per our analysts. So let's bring in Pete and Craig one more time. We'll start with District 3 because that's the race that I just rolled the numbers out of again. Cindy Axne, 49 to David Young's 47. Real quick, gentlemen, can you just react to that race? Let's start with Pete.
The thing there that's a little different is a lot more of the votes in there. So you're talking almost 95% of the vote is in, and you're talking about a 2-point lead. This is one of those races when you look at it, Craig and I were just talking about this, you have a third-party candidate that may actually garner enough votes that if added to David Young would have actually put him in the lead. And I'm saying that would be the case because it is a libertarian. You would assume a libertarian is going to take from a Republican candidate. This is a race where the 3.4%, 3.5% of the vote that Holder's getting might cost David Young this race.
Oh,
and that's something to look at as we see the final numbers.
Craig, do you have that same feeling? What's your reaction to seeing these numbers in District 3? Real quick, please.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think, it's getting late in this race. There's just not a lot of precincts to go find 10,000 votes.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis. We really appreciate you. We appreciate all of you at home watching, and we are now going, Stephanie, I think we're going to continue to tell you what's happening in Iowa throughout the rest of the evening.
But we are going to let ABC take it from here. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking with us tonight. We're taking a little break from ABC News coverage right now. They are closely following the presidential race.
Let's take a look at some numbers real quick of some local races. By local, we of course mean state senate. This is Brad Zahn, who is the Republican incumbent who ran against Rhonda Martin. You guys, I mean the amount of money in this race. Brad Zahn raised spent $191,000, and Rhonda Martin raised $209,000. That's $400,000 just in the most recent reporting of how much money these people were spending. So this was a tight race, and as you can see, tight numbers. Brad Zahn, though, we are calling this race. Brad Zahn is the incumbent, and he is the winner in Senate District 20. Okay, now let's go to State Senate District 22. So this was Schneider's seat, the president of the Senate. He's retiring. So Scott Serksena was the Republican who was maybe going to take Schneider's seat. However, although it's 50-50 reporting here, Sarah Trongariot is the winner in this race by a very, very slim margin. Now, this evening, we are hearing from our own governor, who is speaking at the GOP watch party. So let's now go to her live.
That Iowa is a red state. I have said all along that we were going to get the results that we're seeing tonight because everywhere we went, we saw energy, excitement, enthusiasm, momentum, because we knew that if we would vote, we would re-elect Donald J. Trump to 4 more years. A leader, a fighter, a president who puts America and Americans first. What I love about this president and this administration is it is an administration of action and outcomes, and the list is long. Lower taxes, lower unemployment, safer borders. How many judges and justices elected to the United States Supreme Court? Life. This man, promises made, promises kept. This president built the strongest economy in my lifetime, and this is the president that will do it again, and Iowa is in a great place to come back stronger and better than ever. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Where's our chairman, RPI, and the party? They got out there, they helped us get it done, but most of you, to every one of you out there that worked hard, that volunteered, that made calls, that door knocked, thank you for helping us elect Republicans up and down the ticket. We got a couple more races coming in, but I'm telling you, it's been an exciting night. I am proud to represent this great state, proud to represent you, and we've got a lot of opportunity and prosperity in our future, and thank you for making that happen. God bless you. God bless the great state of Iowa and the United States of America.
All right, the governor, Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, calling Iowa a red state tonight. She said she was confident Iowans would re-elect President Trump. And let's take a look at those numbers, because we are hearing that he has won. We haven't called this yet. We have heard from another network, and now the governor pretty much saying that as well. But we have our numbers from the Associated Press, with 87% of the precincts reporting right now do have President Trump with 53% of the votes. Joe Biden at 45% at this moment.
Let's take a look now at U.S. Senate race as well, because again, you saw Governor Reynolds rather fired up, and she's calling it a red state. And as you can see here, with 90% of precincts reporting, Joni Ernst has 52% of the vote to Theresa Greenfield's 45. We saw Theresa Greenfield winning in the beginning when early vote numbers came in, but as you can see here, Joni Ernst is widening that lead that she has here in this race. Stephanie.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and talk to Local 5's Lakin McGee right now about women in politics on the ballot, because here in Iowa, our U.S. Senate race had 2 women on the ballot. 2 congressional races had 2 women on the ballot, and then of course we had Sydney Axney taking on David Young. So a lot of women to choose from this time around, Lakin. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, Stephanie, there are more women on the federal ballot races in Iowa than ever before. We are watching 2 very important races. That's going to be the 1st congressional district and the 2nd congressional district. I got my laptop again down here, so I'm just going to take a look at some of the numbers we're dealing with. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and start with the 1st congressional district. It actually looks like Abby Finkenauer, who is the incumbent, is actually getting beat by Ashley Hinson. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the 2nd congressional district. It looks like Marionette Miller-Meeks happens to be beating her challenger Rita Hart just by a little bit. Just a few counties are still getting in their ballots right now. Now this isn't actually an open seat because Dave Losbach, who was the second congressional district, is not re-seeking election there. So again, as Sabrina had mentioned about the United States Senator, we're looking at there, Theresa Greenfield seems to be falling behind Joni Ernst. Again, we are still waiting on a few counties, just a couple more counties there, so we're going to be watching that throughout the night. Make sure you stick with us. We're going to be watching that and making sure all those numbers come in here. Reporting live in West Des Moines, Lake and McGee, Local 5 News, We Are Iowa.
All right, Lakin, thank you so much. And I do want to give you an update on the presidential race here in Iowa. The Associated Press has called it for President Trump, so he is the official winner here of Iowa and Iowa's 6 electoral votes, which Sabrina walked us through that map earlier to show us why that's significant tonight, because that, as we saw, it's a very close presidential race as we, at this moment. Let's head back down to Republican headquarters. We have Pat Grassley speaking right now, addressing a very enthusiastic crowd.
So this year, coming into our caucus, we're going to add an African American to our caucus, an Asian American, a Hispanic. This caucus is not the caucus of just what the media and the Democrats want to say, old white people. This party is growing, and we are thriving, and it's being shown right here tonight. Oh. Hey, by the way, you guys remember somebody named Andy McKean? He used to be a Republican. He's retired now. The party chairman started drooling when I told him that one, so he was pretty excited. But ladies and gentlemen, we have grown the majority tonight with support, with people like you, and we are so excited to get to work on your behalf. And the last message I leave you with, Joni Ernst has sent this message. House Republicans have sent this message. We send it to Fred Hubble and Mike Bloomberg, and this state cannot be bought. House Republicans could not be bought. That's right. So in this next election, when the Democrats are talking about flipping the House, after we just beat 6 Democrats, they may want to defend their seats before they start coming after Republicans. So thank all of you for your support, and we look forward to working for you in January. Thank you.
All right, wrapping up down at the Republican headquarters, we have Speaker of the Iowa House of Representatives, Pat Grassley there, addressing the crowd. I do believe we are going to listen in a little bit more? Are we going to head down to Local 5's Rachel Droz? Okay, Sabrina, we're going to, I think, head down to Rachel.
Yes. So, of course, we're hearing from all of the Republicans there because they are having a watch party and they are giving the crowd, they're getting them excited about the results we're seeing. But the question is, how much can we trust the results that are coming in? And our chief political correspondent, Rachel Droz, has been focusing on whether our vote can be trusted, the election result integrity, for months now. And Rachel, you say, we promise you, you can trust the numbers that Iowa is showing us tonight.
That is right, Sabrina. These numbers are valid that are coming in. We have a paper trail here in Iowa that we actually go in and audit those results following these results coming in. These are just preliminary results that are going out right now. They still need to be canvassed and validated by the Secretary of State's office. That'll be happening in the coming days and weeks. So Iowa called this race. We are reporting that the president did get reelected in Iowa. Iowa chose him, but we likely will not wake up tomorrow and know who is going to be our next president. That's because a lot of states weren't able to start counting their ballots until today. Some not even able to start counting those early ballots until the polls actually closed. So Iowa was able to start doing that a day before Election Day. So that really put us ahead and allowed us to catch up and be able to count those extra ballots that came in during the absentee process the day before, earlier today, while today's ballots were being cast, so that we were able to get those results in and get an election called here in Iowa. So I'm going to send it back to you at the studio. I'm sure you guys have a lot more results to go through.
Yes, Rachel, thank you very much. We appreciate you being out there. She's kind of adding more and more layers on as the evening goes on. So we know that it's chilly, and again, we really appreciate you being out there. So as you mentioned, we have been seeing quite a few enthusiastic voters coming from the Republican Watch Party, and that's where our John SCHAEFFER is this evening. John, you've got a lot of enthusiasm happening behind you.
That's right, Sabrina, tons of it actually, because they keep winning apparently. I mean, they're calling races early before we're able to call them, but still a lot of excitement here for the Republican Party, including Brad Zahn, who I caught up with a little bit earlier tonight. In his excitement speech, I should say, he thanked his wife, and here's a little bit more of what he had to say to me after that.
But most importantly, thank all of you for being and helping us out and donating to our campaign. I am extremely humbled and honored to get another chance at it for 4 more years. Thank you.
Brad Zahn, very excited, obviously. He even thanked his wife for her support during all this. He's excited to get back to work in the Iowa Senate. Stephanie, Sabrina?
All right, thank you very much, John. We appreciate you being out there. Of course, Brad Zahn, a champion for animal rights, and that was an issue that he has been championing for years and finally got passed through the State House this year, Stephanie, which I'm sure definitely didn't hurt when he was out door knocking and campaigning.
Absolutely. That was an issue that was very popular with Iowans, so I'm sure it helped. So now that we do have President Trump officially called for the state of Iowa, let's bring in our analysts. Well, first we'll take a look at the numbers here. 53% of the vote to Joe Biden's 45% there. 91% of the precincts reporting, but the Associated Press was confident with the data that they have that this lead will hold. President Trump will take Iowa. All right, let's head out to our analysts now for a little insight on that. Craig, what do you think? Is this how you expected it to kind of shake out?
Well, I don't know if anyone really thought that Donald Trump was going to approach that 9-point margin that he got 4 years ago. But the amazing thing is Ann Selzer, the Des Moines Register's pollster, she got this race right. I mean, she said it was at 7 points. A lot of people, especially Democrats, didn't agree with it. They were calling it an outlier. Look, Trump's won this state solidly tonight, just like he won it 4 years ago, and he's bringing a lot of new Republicans with him.
All right, Pete, we just heard about Ann Selzer, and she got the poll right. We know that 4 years ago the polls were off. So what do you think?
Not hers.
Not hers. So what is it?
See, that's the thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead. Let's talk about what she does that other pollsters can't do.
Look, it's going to be a rite of passage here now. Every 2 years, whoever gets the bad last Ann Selzer poll is going to have their people out there talking about how it's an outlier, how she messed it up this time, how the gold standard is tarnished, and then every 2 years, the Wednesday morning, we have the Ann Selzer victory lap explaining why she's the only one who got it right. So at some point, we're just going to have to trust what we've seen with our own eyes over and over. And quite simply, there are a lot of people who publicly were going after her and going after that poll who are going to have to apologize in the next 2 days to get their credibility back. And it happens every time. And it doesn't just happen to Democrats. Craig and I were talking about this earlier. It's when the Republicans get the bad Ann Seltzer poll in the years that it does, it's an outlier, it's an outlier. And it never is. That's the point. It never is. She's the best at what she does. And what you should be looking at the last poll, if you're running a campaign, is what do I have to do to change it if I'm not doing well? Do I have time to change it? And if you're winning, keep doing what you're doing. The other thing I wanted to say, and this is totally inside, political hack stuff, is one of the interesting things about politics is it's one of the few places that you can work as hard as you can and do as well as you can and still not be successful. And the Iowa Biden team did an amazing job with what they had, what they were given, and that's going to get lost in a 7-point loss, and that's how politics is. But they did an amazing job, and they had a lot of energy for the type of campaign they had to run, and they kept this thing close up until this, obviously to the final numbers, where the president felt the need to come in a few times, and they deserve some credit for that. And I don't know if me giving it's enough. I hope others do, but they were fantastic.
Well, I'm sure it does help, and that's the hard part of politics. We've got people who on one side are extremely happy right now, and on the other side not so happy with the results. So I want to thank you two both for your time. We will be checking back in with you in a little while. We want to head out to Polk County now to talk to Matthew Judy. We are getting in some results there. Matthew, what are you hearing?
Yeah, so results have gone final here in Polk County with a win here in Polk County for most Democrats up near the top of the ticket. Almost all the Democrats up to the top carrying 55 to 56%. That's true for former Vice President Joe Biden as well as Cindy Axne and Theresa Greenfield. Now I'm standing here on court where we have seen lines down the block most of what has been the last couple of weeks. Early voting has been very popular, more than it seemed, about 1,000 each day. I spoke with Polk County Auditor Jamie Fitzgerald just a few nights ago, and he was really pleased with, one, how many people had been turning out, and two, how fast his team was getting people in and out of the building. Like I said, more than 1,000 each day. And again, now all precincts are reporting here in Polk County with a win for Democrats, at least here in this county, up at all of the top spots up near the top of the ticket. Not necessarily a huge surprise here in Polk County. Live downtown, Matthew Judy, Local 5 News, Sweet, our Iowa.
All right, Matthew, not too surprising there in Polk County with the Democratic wins. We appreciate that.
Stephanie, I want to bring the analysts in again, and I just want to talk a little bit more about kind of what we're seeing as a whole, some of the themes that are emerging. I mean, when we see Governor Reynolds say Iowa is a red state, and they maintain likely their hold in the Iowa House, in the Iowa State, in the Iowa Senate. They, of course, have the governor's office. That wasn't on the ballot this year. But then Donald Trump wins Iowa. We have 2 Republican senators. We have a Republican likely going to win in Congressional District 1, of course, Congressional District 4 as well. I mean, super tight race in Congressional District 2. You guys, Craig, I want to start with you. What does that mean for Iowa?
Well, I think it means that we were kind of trending to be a red state. Look, this is the result in the state house tonight has to be devastating for Iowa Democrats. I mean, they went into this evening thinking they were going to flip it. They've needed to flip it for a number of cycles, and they can't get the job done. And they didn't get it done when they thought they had a huge advantage of a presidential election with all these suburban districts and all the suburban vote that you gin up in a general election, and they didn't deliver. And so the question is, now what? Now you're dealing with a Republican House majority that goes from, 53 to 60. Now you're in real trouble.
How much they were fundraising. I mean, especially in these House races, the amount of dollars that were raised it's just astronomical. But even, okay, like Congressional District 4, that was Steve King's seat. Randy Feenstra beat Steve King in the primary. He has officially won this race. We are ready to call it at 86% reporting. J.D. Scholting got 35%. You know, we want to keep talking about this. It's fascinating, but we want to first go to the incumbent Senator Joni Ernst, who is going to give a speech at the GOP watch party. So let's take a listen as, of course, the crowd is chanting her name.
Oh. Okay, where's the rest of my family? Come on up. Okay, the people that always make it worthwhile. Let me pull that down. Folks that have been with me forever. And folks, I'd like to introduce you to my daughter, Libby. Okay, Libby is joining me from the Eastern Time Zone out at West Point, the U.S. Military Academy. So thank you. You know, the last time she was here with me and couldn't be with me today, so I've got her here on the phone anyway through FaceTime. And oh. And these crazy people are my family and friends, so love it. So thanks everybody, and I've lost my voice, so I'm so sorry, but thanks Iowa very much. God bless you all. I appreciate it. So just a little bit ago, I did speak with Theresa Greenfield, and I did congratulate her on a hard-fought campaign. I respect anyone who is willing to throw their hat in the ring for public service, and I thank Miss Greenfield for doing that. And folks, let me say, we did it 6 years ago. We did it again. So, 6 years ago on election night, many of you asked, what was my favorite part of the campaign? And I told you that, you know, winning actually felt pretty darn good. And, you know, tonight it does feel even better. So thank you. Thank you. So I appreciate it. And for those of you that voted for me, I want to thank you. And just as I have for the last 6 years, I will spend the next 6 years working every single day to live up to the honor that you have given me as your United States Senator. But I'd also like to say something to every Iowan, whether you supported me or not. This has been a very difficult year and a very challenging election for all of us. People on both sides feel divided. Emotions and those wounds are very, very raw. But the election is over, and it's time to start the healing. We need to turn down the rhetoric and start listening once again. Yeah, thank you. And we have to start listening, folks, because we're all Americans, and there is far more that unites us than divides us. And the challenges that we face, whether it's from COVID to the economic recovery that's yet ahead of us, they are too great for any individual to do alone. So, amen, thank you. Growing up on a small farm in southwest Iowa, we didn't have a whole heck of a lot. But what we didn't have in money, you know, my folks made up in grit and determination. And my mom often told us siblings that there isn't anything that we can't do. She always encouraged us. If something was particularly challenging, my mom would say, hey, Joni, we'll figure out a way. If this is what you believe in, then let's make it happen. And I've carried that determined spirit with me over the years as a battalion commander in the military and as a United States Senator. And Mom's words are an example that I've tried to set for my daughter, Libby. Love you, baby. What I want to know What I want Libby, my daughter, to know, and all young women to know, is that we can do anything. Women can take a risk. Women can serve in uniform. We can be leaders, and we can challenge the status quo. There aren't any barriers to our success out there. As long as we have the courage, we can push through. This resolve is not one that is unique to my family, though. It is a way of life for all of us Iowans. And tonight, I want to thank you for putting your faith in me as we recognize that we live in the greatest state and the greatest nation on the face of the planet. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And service, folks, is more than just a word to me. It is a mission, and it is a way of life. In the Senate, I've been honored to continue serving Iowans every single day, working with Democrats and Republicans to get results for Iowa. Now, folks, we have a lot more work to do in the next 6 years. So we're going to be rolling back job-killing regulations. We're going to ensure that our farmers have the ability to succeed and continue the fight for biofuels. We have got to strengthen our economy and beat this virus. And then we have to make certain.
Okay, we are just wrapping up with Senator Joni Ernst there. We are going to send it over to ABC News, where I believe we are hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden.
Suggests that we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? John Carney. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Short message there.
All right, we're just wrapping up there, hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden saying he is confident they are going to count every vote, including Pennsylvania. Let's go back downtown Des Moines, though, to the Democratic headquarters, where Theresa Greenfield is now speaking.
Well, good evening, everyone. I had to change clothes with me, but things didn't go as planned, so you get me as you always get me on the trail. I want to thank you all so much. First off, everybody, thanks for being patient this evening. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank every single Iowan who voted today, and in early voting too, and made your voices heard at the ballot box. We've been talking about that from day one. Your voice, your vote is your voice, and that's so important. And so thank you for coming out to vote. I want to thank all the Iowans who volunteered, who text, who phone bank, folks that chipped in a few bucks. You really are what made this campaign a strong grassroots campaign, so thank you for that. I want to thank my staff. Let's hear from you again. You are incredible, you really are, and I hope you are all proud of what we accomplished. I know I certainly am. I want to thank my brothers and sisters in organized labor. You all built the middle class, and you were there for me when I needed it most. You've always had my back, and I always have yours. I want to thank my husband, Steve. He's been putting up with me for over 28 years. Our children, the whole family, especially my dear twin sister, Maria. She has been my super volunteer. Where are you, Maria? There should be a law about twins. You know, growing up a scrappy farm kid, someone who came out of that farm crisis, I never thought I'd run for office. I really didn't. Not then, and not when I was a young widow. Not even when I was running small businesses did I think I would be running for office. But I got in this race for hardworking families to be a voice for all Iowans, and that's still true today. Too many Iowans are falling behind. And while the votes have been counted and our run has fallen short, I want you to know that just moments ago I did call Senator Ernst and I congratulated her on being elected to a second term. We always knew this race was going to be one of the closest in the country. We knew it was going to be a Donnybrook, and it was. And I wanted to make sure to congratulate her on her hard-won race. You know, to be honest, I'll always carry the fight for hardworking families in my heart. I want you to know that. But this was never really about me or just one person. This was about standing up and fighting for what you believe in and following your dreams, and I followed it. And despite the tough times we're facing and the results tonight, I am still hopeful. You know, I was in this race for over 500 days, 518 actually. We held over 400 campaign events. I spoke to countless Iowans. I got to hold baby goats.
All right, you have been listening to Theresa Greenfield. She, of course, lost her race to Joni Ernst, one of the Senate races in the country that was closely being watched. Let's head out to the 3rd Congressional District, where we're hearing from Cindy Axne, who has won re-election.
To Meredith, who sat with me on the phone tirelessly to ensure that I had what it took to win this race. To Ian, who made sure that my message was put out there for every single person to hear. To Chris and Danielle and Peter and Allie, Sophia, Maddie, Christian, Amelia, Anna, Amara, Jackson, and Shannon. All of those folks who did everything they could in the field under the leadership of Allie to make sure that our voice was heard under the toughest of circumstances within COVID, doing it the right way to keep people safe in Iowa's 3rd District. I am so thankful for the work that you did, because we could not have done this without you. And of course, a big shout out to my campaign manager, Jessica David, who's a shining star in the sea here. And of course, for all of you who miss him dearly, we couldn't forget Joe Diver. So folks, thank you for being here, because this is one of the most important evenings of our lifetime. And I want everyone to know I'm so grateful for you tuning in tonight. I'm glad we're able to connect with so many of you on a night that would normally have had us together watching the results of this historic election. So let me start by saying I'm grateful that the voters of Central and Southwest Iowa have chosen me to represent them in Congress again next year. Having the reaffirmed trust of Iowans to be their voice in Washington renews my commitment to fight for them, for all of you, in the weeks and months and years ahead. And I'd like to thank my opponent, David Young, for the hard-fought campaign. I just heard from David a few moments ago, and I appreciate his words as we close out this election. You know, when I first decided to run for Congress, I wasn't doing it to make headlines. I ran because I believed that representatives in Washington weren't listening to Iowans or putting us first. And after that election 2 years ago, I committed to never stop listening and never stop putting Iowans' interests first. So I went out and held 57 town halls in my first year in office, all across this district, to hear the struggles and concerns of our families and businesses and communities. And I fought to get real wins for Iowa, to repeal the costly healthcare taxes, deliver flood relief to those along the Missouri, to revive biofuel tax incentives, and work across the aisle to strengthen our industries and neighborhoods. When I was elected, I had no idea the challenges that our state would face. And over the past 2 years, Iowans have braved historic flooding, a trade war, derecho, the longest government shutdown in history, and now the worst public health crisis in a generation. Our families have lost jobs, homes, and loved ones, and our businesses have faced the worst period of economic instability in a decade, a kind that shuttered too many beloved and vital cornerstones in our towns and cities. And the bravest among us, and they're here tonight, our healthcare professionals and first responders, have put their lives on the line to protect Iowa from all manners of threats. We've felt the impact of this crisis together. And as I speak with you tonight, I feel obligated to remind you that this election doesn't mark the end of the hard times we've faced in Iowa. It can, however, mark the beginning of a new direction in the fight to get us back on track. And while it's too early to really understand exactly what our government will look like in January, it will be important to come together to fix the issues facing our nation. Many of you know these issues yourself, and you turned to join our team to make Iowa better by volunteering your time on this campaign. To you, I say thank you. You didn't volunteer out of cynicism or pessimism. You did it because you knew that our country could do better and should do better for its citizens. And I so wish I could be with you in person tonight to thank each and every one of you for the work.
All right, we have been listening to Cindy Axne thanking her supporters as she heads back to Washington, D.C. To represent Iowa's 3rd Congressional District, beating David Young. She mentioned that she had spoken to him tonight and thanked him for a hard-fought race. Let's take a look at the races that we have called so far tonight. And of course, U.S. President going to Donald Trump here in Iowa. 53% of the vote to Joe Biden's 45%.
Let's take a look now at I believe we're going to go to the U.S. Senate race. Yep, here we go. We have called this race for Joni Ernst to Theresa Greenfield. Joni Ernst has given her victory speech, and Theresa Greenfield has given her concession speech, a rather emotional speech, thanking her supporters and everyone who fought for her and with her. Let's go now to, I believe, Congressional District 4. Here in Congressional District 4, Randy Feenstra beating J.D. Scholten, Steve King's seat. And Stephanie and I were just chatting offline about how it's clear that this district wanted a Republican, but just perhaps not Steve King, because Steve King almost lost to J.D. Scholten, and Steve King did lose in the primary to Randy Feenstra.
All right, let's take a look here. We just heard from Cindy Axne, and I believe we have we called this race yet? It's 100% of the precincts. We don't have our little red check mark, which would indicate it, but yes, we are aligning with the Associated Press and calling this race. Cindy Axne beating out David Young with just 1 percentage point there, separating the two of them, but she did thank him for a good, tough race in U.S. House District 3.
We've been keeping our eye on a lot of Senate and House local races, state House races too. So this is the Brad Zahn race. He beat Rhonda Martin. Hundreds of thousands of dollars went into this race, but as our analysts have noted, you know, he's a likable guy, and that is something that you really have a tough time to beat. So let's bring in those analysts, Craig Robinson 96. And Pete Alessandro. Gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. Let's start with you, Craig. I want to just talk about kind of the House and Senate races in general. We saw Brad Zahn won, and really it's been a winning night, not just at the top of the ticket in our state for Republicans, but down the ticket, Democrats hoping to win the House, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that tonight.
No, this ended up being a pretty good night for Republicans up and down the ballot, where, you know, they've gained seats in the Iowa House. I think they've even gained, they might have gained seats in the Iowa Senate. I'm not 100% sure. But they did well. They held their own. They already had a big majority there. They're not really damaged in any way. So they're in a solid position moving forward. And I think Democrats looked at this election as an opportunity to kind of reset things, and they just did not deliver.
Let's bring you in now. I want to chat a little bit about how Democrats are supposed to feel after this, because there was this thought that Democrats would be able to win 4 seats, and instead, as Craig just mentioned, they're losing seats. They did flip the Schneider seat. Now that's going to be a Democrat seat, but is that the only one? I mean, there aren't many.
Well, and actually, I think it's going to be 6. I think there's going to be 6 seats that they held that they lost.
Okay.
So you went from this idea of we might be able to take the House to they may now have a veto-proof majority in the House, if I'm doing my math right, if a few things break. That's, it's not necessarily malpractice on the political consulting class, but it's definitely something someone should sit down and figure out what happened. And maybe it has to do with the things that we're standing for and how we're standing for them. And maybe Democrats need to be a little sharper in terms of the things that they stand for in these statewide elections and in these elections, and not try to middle of the road it and not try to milquetoast it and see if you can just get to 51 so you can win an election. Maybe we need to start nominating people who are actually standing for issues so that people look at them and say, I clearly know what you stand for. And sometimes you even get people to vote for you that don't agree with you when you're that type of candidate. I know that's a fact because I've worked for quite a few of them. And so maybe that's something we should start looking at as Democrats.
Well, and it seems like this has been a couple elections now that maybe Democrats have said they might need to pivot. But then the pandemic happened. So when you're in the midst of a pandemic, campaigning changes. But Abby Finkenauer didn't hold events in Iowa. Do you think that that is something that hurt her in this election?
I think it hurt. I think it hurt Democrats up and down the ballot, especially when you sprinkle on top of that President Trump coming into this state and campaigning aggressively, holding big events, and allowing people to self-identify as supporters and to get fired up. And so what did Democrats do when Trump's holding these? They called him names. These are super spreader events. It's dangerous. And I really think too that freedom was on the ballot tonight. That COVID is a big issue, but it's a two-sided issue. And I think that a lot of people are voting to say, look, we want to go on with our lives. COVID's real. We have to live with it, but we shouldn't go into hiding and lockdowns and ruin our economy. We have to move forward, and we want to return back to our normal lives.
At the cost of other people's lives, though?
Well, I don't think that's the question. I mean, I think that I didn't say it didn't exist. Yeah. I mean, but at some point, the option that Joe Biden has painted for America is more lockdowns. And
Craig, I'm sorry.
Think Americans, just by and large, they just want to get back to normal life.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. I really appreciate Pete and Craig being with us all night long. You guys are rock stars. Thank you so much for your insight.
All right, and very quickly, we want to get to a few remaining races here that are razor close. We have the U.S. House District 1, Ashley Hinson at 51% of the vote, Abby Finkenauer at 49% of the vote. We are going to leave you for tonight, but stay with us for Good Morning Iowa for more results.
I'll be here.
From ABC News Election Headquarters in New York.